The live stream is on.
Okay. In that case, let's begin. Welcome to live. Okay. Welcome to tonight's licensing subcommittee meeting. My name is Councillor Patrick Walsh, and I'll be chairing tonight's meeting. This meeting is being broadcast live on the council's YouTube channel. If I lose connection, Councillor Jacqueline Daly will take over from me. I'd like to remind all participants of a few housekeeping points. Firstly, please keep your microphone muted unless you are speaking. Secondly, please keep your camera turned on when you speak at the hearing. Third, please note that the chat function has been disabled. If parties wish to add any other additional information other than that at their allocated time to speak, they must use the raise hand function so that they are not missed. I will also ask that members keep their questions and comments brief and to the point. I now move to item 1, apologies for absence, and we have no apologies for absence. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do members have any declarations of interest they wish to make?
No, Chair.
Councillor Daly.
Apologies, no chair.
Okay, that's good. Then moving on to item 3, McDonald's 312 to 314 North End Road. I'd like to ask everyone participating to introduce yourself as I call upon you. We should have with us, firstly, the applicant, Leo, who you are acting as the applicant's counsel.
So yes, good evening, thank you.
Good evening. We should have Lorna Jolly, the paralegal from Hammersmith LLP, I believe that is.
Sir, Lorna is watching on YouTube to just save space, and she's communicating with me via WhatsApp.
Certainly. And is that the same for Kirsty Hughes as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have the premises license holder, Abdul?
Abel Campos here, present. Hello there. Good evening.
And Avril Clark?
Yeah, present.
And we should have Adrian Overton, the licensing manager.
Present. Thank you, Chair.
We should have Fabian Sims, the senior public protection technical support.
Present, Chair.
We should have Gertha, the council's legal officer.
Present, Chair. Good evening.
And we should have Armin, the council's barrister.
Present, Chair. Good evening.
Fabulous. In that case, I move to those who are objecting. So we have Jeremy Phillips and Paris Osborne, barristers representing. Sorry, first, could I check if those two present?
Yes, Chair, I'm present.
And do we have Paris as well?
I think that may be one of the clerks in chambers. No, she won't be present, Chair. She's simply arranged the administration.
Certainly. And as I understand it, you are representing Serena, Georgina, Natasha, Matthew, Coltrona, and Matthew Spicer, Sarah, Imogen, Felicity, Duncan, Robert, Akil, Crystal, Adrian, Jane, Mikhail, Paloma, Maria, Allah, Hussein Ali, Andrew, and Valerie. Is that correct?
That sounds correct. That's not exactly as the list I've got it. I set out the list in my submissions, and that was agreed with my clients, but certainly you covered the majority of those names in the list that you just read.
Okay. So, and from local residents, Tony Boys.
Yes, present.
Astrid Barry.
Yeah, present.
Matt Lowen.
Present.
Oliver Dandridge.
Yes, present.
Karen Ponel.
I'm representing her that went in today, Charlotte Dix.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte. Simon Jones.
No, Chair, I don't have Simon Jones in the meeting yet.
Have we Lucy Taylor?
I did see Lucy Taylor somewhere.
Okay. Lucy, if you could identify yourself if you are present this evening.
I believe Lucy Taylor is being represented by Sandra Salgati.
Sure.
I am representing Katie Taylor and Laura Salvatori and myself.
Sorry,
Okay.
according to our list, we've got Lucy Taylor representing herself, but she's not here.
Okay. Do we have Alexandra?
No, Chair.
Alison De Vries?
No.
Chloe August and Greg Double?
Yes, we're present.
Fabulous. Do we have Councillor Lydia Painter, Lily Ward Councillor?
Present.
Do we have Jasper Davis on behalf of Ben Coleman MP?
Yes, present, Chair.
We should have Sandra. I say you're representing Katie and Laura, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
We should have Rose Francois representing Philip and Luigi.
Present.
Eleanor representing Julia.
Present. I'm representing myself as well.
Fabulous. Adrian Murray representing Jane, Mikkel, Paloma, Maria, Alia, Andri, and Valerie.
Chair, I can't see him in the waiting room, and I don't think he's here.
Okay. Sarah Chambers on behalf of the Walham Green ward panel, and Annabelle Bachman in the same capacity.
Yes, here. Thank you.
And do we have Annabelle as well?
Annalie, no.
Sarah's representing on behalf of Annabelle.
Okay. John Scolding representing the Tawny Road Neighbourhood Watch. Michelle Ho, Rwanda, Sumarita, Antoinette.
Present.
Sorry. And you're representing Eskina, Jeremy, Ellen, and James as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then we should have Catherine Langham, also representing Serena Langham. Do we have Catherine?
She's been trying to get in but can't get in.
The same for Lucy Taylor, I think.
Okay, can we check the waiting room just if they are still trying to enter? Okay, in the meantime, I will keep going.
Lucy Taylor, I can't see in the waiting room unless she's named herself something else. I can't see her in the waiting room.
Okay. Adrian, you have your hand up.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think Councillor Trey Campbell-Simon is in the waiting room as well, and I believe he registered to speak. And there may have been an error that he's not on your list, but I understand that he is able to speak because he did register. So I'm not sure if we can.
Yeah, he is in the waiting room, but I don't have it on my notes. But if he has registered, then I can let him in now.
Yeah, as my understanding is that he has. So yeah, if we could, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, if you could admit Councillor Campbell-Simon. Right. We should have Charlotte Dexter. And Charlotte, I understand you're representing Belinda, Amanda, and the Vastin Palace Management Company. And then you're also representing Karen and Zara as well. Is that correct?
Sarah.
Zero, sorry.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Fabulous. Have we admitted Councillor Campbell-Simon?
We have, and I just seen Lucy Taylor in the waiting list, so I'm going to let her in.
Okay, fabulous. Okay. Well, good evening to you all. So I'm going to outline the procedure. Before we consider the application, may I confirm that in addition to the main agenda, supplementary agenda A, B, C, and D was published on the 19th, 27th, and 28th of May 25. I will quickly explain the procedure of the committee. First, we will hear from the licensing officer, who will introduce the application. Second, we will hear from the objectors. And finally, we will hear from the applicant. Usually, each party will address the committee for a maximum of 5 minutes. Following the presentation by all parties, the committee may ask questions of any party or other person present at the hearing. Except for members of the committee, no party has the right to ask questions of any other party at any time during the hearing. Following the presentation and questioning, each party will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to sum up the case and representation. So the committee will then retire for deliberations. Upon its return, I will announce the committee's decision. So I'm just going to pause there for a moment, and obviously we will soon move on to the presentations. Just obviously, given that tonight we have a large number of representations, and by the time I come to you in making your presentation, the comments you may have wished to make or the representations, the point may have already been covered. In the interest of time, I'd ask that you to please focus on any additional points of representation you wish to make. If the point has already been made, it has been heard. The members of the committee have obviously received everybody's written representations already and read the main report, in addition to each of the supplementary items as well. I'd also ask that all members keep their the representations relevant to the 4 licensing objectives, as these are the basis of which we must consider the application before us. As a reminder, the 4 licensing objectives are the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, the prevention of public nuisance, and the protection of children from harm. So those are the 4 licensing objectives. Thank you for that. I'm now going to move to the first presentation. So could I ask the licensing officer, Adrian Overton, to introduce the application?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Good evening, panel. I know we've got a lot to get through this evening, so I'll try and keep my introduction as brief as I can. So just by way of background, I can confirm that on the 8th of April 2025, Shoesmith Solicitors, on behalf of Smash Operations Limited, submitted an application to vary the premises licence in respect of the business known as McDonald's, 314 Northern Road, SW6 1NG. The application sought to extend the hours for late night refreshment, both indoors and outdoors, on Monday to Sunday until 5 AM in the morning. Please note that the premises licence currently in place at this business permits late night refreshment until midnight, Monday to Sunday. Following discussions with the police licensing team, the applicant subsequently agreed to amend their application so that late night refreshment is now requested and is in the application before, as amended in the application before you, from Friday to Saturday until 3 AM and Sunday to Thursday until 1 AM. A number of additional conditions were also agreed with the police at this time, which have been outlined in Supplementary Agenda A, which I believe you will have seen. On the 16th of May 2025, the revised hours agreed with the police, along with the dispersal policy and the agreed conditions, were circulated to all of the 169 interested parties. One resident withdrew their representation on the basis of the police agreement and the extra information provided to them. Just to make you aware that since the publication of the report, 4 supplementary agendas have been published. Agenda A, just to summarise, includes the aforementioned police agreement and the suggested conditions. Agenda B includes extra information received from local residents after circulating the police agreement. Agenda C is extra information and photographs from residents supporting their representations. And there's also a submission in there from Jeremy Phillips, KC, who's representing a number of residents here this evening. And finally, Agenda D is an additional photograph from one resident supporting their submission. And as mentioned previously, all of this extra information has been circulated to all of the interested parties. I've got no further comments at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Just a note for anybody that is still in the waiting room. If you are not registered to speak this evening, could you please leave the waiting room? You can watch the proceedings live on the Council's YouTube channel. Now that we've heard from Adrian, right. Firstly, I'm going to ask, sorry, the objectors. So, Jeremy Phillips, if I could ask you to speak. And Jeremy, you have up to 95 minutes to speak on the basis of the number of people that you are representing. However, brevity would be appreciated.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was going to start a stopwatch, but given the time you've allowed me, hopefully it won't be necessary. No, I can be much briefer than that. Can I just say first of all, though, before I say anything, address the objections, that I did attempt to look up your procedure on the internet, and the only procedure I could find was that it was published in 2017, but which essentially, as is normal in my experience across the country, requires the applicant to go first with their application, and then you have responsible authorities and then objectors addressing the application that's been made. So I'm not aware, certainly, that the procedure that you've just outlined, where we go first, has been circulated or advised to the parties. I just make that point. There's nothing I can do about it now, and you've said the way you want to proceed, so that's fine. So, Chair, I will deal with the objection that contained in the written submissions, and I'll summarise that as briefly as I can. You have the written document. I rely on all of it, if I may, in our objection, and really would invite you and your colleagues to consider it very carefully, particularly now and when you retire, because I have attempted to bring into it, with the support of those who instructed me, with the various footnotes, all of the evidence that's contained in the bundles, at least you had up until today. So it outlines initially those who I'm representing, who you've mentioned. The first point that is made, obviously, is that the application that we will hear in due course from Mr. Charalambides would, if it were granted, be an outlier. The late night refreshment licenses that the authority has granted at the moment, in the immediate vicinity, there are 3, as I understand it. There's Chicken Cottage, which goes to 1 o'clock in the morning, Monday to Sunday. Popeyes, which goes to midnight through Monday to Saturday, and then outdoors on Fridays and Saturdays, I think it's allowed from midnight to 1 a.m. And then Kentucky Fried Chicken has been given another half an hour, 6 days a week, Monday to Saturday. So those are relatively limited. Many other takeaways in the area operate without any additional late night refreshment. In other words, they operate as they are able to without a license, from 5 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night. And those in the immediate area are Morley's to 11 o'clock, Amigos, both of those in North End Road, it should be said, and then JRK Kitchen at 62 Walham Grove. So those are all trading without the benefit of a late night license. So what you have in the application before you, which has generated this phenomenal level of opposition, certainly I can't think of an application that I've been involved in over many decades that's led to quite this level of objection. They're looking to stay open at least 2 hours later than the latest existing fast food takeaway in the area, operating on Fridays and Saturdays. And I think probably what has caused the level of, I was going to say fury, but certainly concern, real concern and anxiety, is that the application is made in what is generally considered to be the crime hotspot for Fulham in this location. And that's what we say makes it completely unsuitable for any extension at all, in fact, let alone one that would allow McDonald's to remain open for 4 hours later than those takeaways with no license at all. And there's evidence from the Seagrave Road residents group and the Fulham Green ward panel in support of that. But again, you'll hear from them in due course. And I think that's also the point that the councillor for Lily Ward is going to make in addition. I think what is crucial to understand, and what you and your colleagues being councillors for this authority and for the area will appreciate, is that although it can be argued, and I'm sure Mr. Chairman leaders will attempt to persuade you that this is a mixed use area, the reality, if you look at the map of the area, is that it is overwhelmingly residential. And so it would be completely appropriate if, having heard the evidence, if having read the concern, not only what would happen if you granted this, but what is happening at the moment, and that's the key point, and you've got that evidence time and time and time again in emails, in photographs and so forth. It wouldn't be inappropriate, in fact, for the committee to say, well, we will vary the license, and we have discretion in as long as we operate within the licence objectives to determine the hours. And actually we determine that the variation in this case will be to reduce the hours so that it should be on Friday and Saturdays. It can open till midnight, which is, you know, not an early hour. And on Sundays, we'll give it another half an hour. That would be, in my submission, and those who I represent, a completely appropriate decision. But again, it's a matter for you. You could also say, we'll vary the license. We don't think, having heard the evidence and read the evidence again, that it's appropriate to have any late night refreshment at this particular location. And so we're going to exclude late night refreshment. We're varying the license in those terms. And that, again, is contained within my submission, as you'll read on paragraph 10. So I deal with the representations. I think you've got 160, well, it was originally 166. There may be now more objections to the proposal. But certainly when I made that submission, it was 166. Some 12 of those came from local action groups, themselves no doubt representing many hundreds of other residents. And of course, you've got, in addition to that, the 4 ward councillors from both Lily and Fulham Green wards. And in addition, you've got the ward councillor from Sand End and the local MP. I assume we'll hear from his representative in due course. And those between them will doubtless be representing many tens of thousands more people. So it as I say, an astonishing level of objection. Now, the position of the police is, how can I put it? I suppose it doesn't necessarily take the matter any further. They initially objected to the application. They then said, well, look, if the committee decides to grant it, then we won't object, but we would want these conditions, and they set out a range of conditions. That is not an invitation to you to grant it. Obviously, the police remain neutral. They can only represent on the 4 licensing objectives, and typically, traditionally, they will confine their comments to the issues of crime and disorder. And if that's the position they take as a responsible authority, that's entirely a matter for them. I don't make a point either way. But certainly, the point I would make is that it's not an invitation to grant. It's simply that if, notwithstanding the overwhelming level objection, this committee decides that an application should be granted, then obviously you will look at the conditions that the police have themselves said would satisfy their specific concerns. And I would invite you to look at the additional condition that I have been instructed to propose. It's on page 6 of my submissions, paragraph 19, essentially entitling representatives of, I'll just read it out very quickly since I have my 95 minutes, representatives of any formally constituted group or association should be entitled to attend such meetings with a legally qualified person. There's a reference to fees, those fees being paid by the premises license holder for the duration of their attendance at the meeting. The reason for that, just to briefly explain, is I'm instructed, and I understand, and it's entirely plausible, that historically there have been other premises which have opened in the area. They've offered conditions like this, referring to meetings with residents. And then when the residents have gone to those meetings, they've been outnumbered by lawyers there who, I don't say talk them down, but it's well known to any lawyer that one shouldn't really speak directly to an opponent if they have legal representation. One can, there's the potential there for unfair advantage to be taken, and so therefore, if there was a meeting, it's entirely reasonable the residents say that they would be legally represented, so that they know their rights just as well as the applicants will know their rights. So that's a small point, but as I say, I'm certainly not inviting you to grant the application with any conditions at all. There's a section in the submissions on policy. You know your own policy, so I won't take up your time, anybody's time, with repeating that, save only to make this point, that the policy, it doesn't say that application should be granted. It suggests that, having regard to all the circumstances, if you do grant it, then one might look at these hours, and it says for town centres, it might be till 1 o'clock Friday and Saturday, which I think is what McDonald's already have. In a mixed use area, which arguably this is, or certainly I anticipate Mr. Chairman Peters will argue this is a mixed use area, Fridays and Saturdays, the policy suggests, say no, put it no higher than that, Friday and Saturday, midnight, Sunday, 11:30, and policy suggests, again, for residential areas, that additional hours are not appropriate. And certainly that is what I would invite you to find, having considered all the evidence in this case. But if you take a mid-view, and you take the view that it's mixed use with a heavy residential component, then you've got the suggested hours of midnight and then 11:30 on Sunday only. And of course, the policy, the principle underpinning the policy is that the council should be endeavouring to promote economic growth. And again, we all understand why that should be, but whilst protecting residential amenity, because if you can't protect it, then who can? And that is your a significant element of your function. And in this particular case, we say you must take all relevant factors into account, and the weight of those, we say, demonstrates overwhelming evidence of residents' concern and the existing licensing arrangements. This is not one of those cases where people say, well, it's all fine at the moment, we want to keep it like that, just don't make it worse. What is happening at the moment is, and no doubt you will hear directly firsthand from people, already horrendous. Secondly, people point to the fact that the premises, the location of the premises, coincide, and it's certainly no coincidence, with the Met Police crime hotspot for the area. An incredibly important point. Thirdly, the point is made that there are unprecedented levels of opposition from residents, from ward councillors, and the local MP. And at the end of the day, we say this is an important test of the council's resolve to stand by its own hours policy, at the very least, set out in the statement of policy, which has another year and a half, 2 years to run. And the point is made, and this is more of a historical point, that there used to be a cumulative impact policy applying to this area. That was not renewed, and I think the terms of the present policy was devised to replace that and to provide a protection in the absence of that cumulative impact policy. So just moving forward, as I say, it's all in the written submissions, but I'd make the point, and I'd invite the committee, and you will hear directly from people, to consider the impact of the existing license on the people living in the following streets, and they're listed probably in order of priority or importance or sensitivity to the impact. Firstly, North End Road, then Haldane Road, obviously, Tournay Road, Anselm Road, Epirus Road, Epirus Mews, Piedmont Walk, Anselm Road, Halford Road, Armadale Road, Walham Grove, Farm Lane, Vanston Place, Berkeley Road. And again, the references to the representations in from those roads are all contained within the footnotes to the written submissions. And turning from the more general to the specific, if I may, I'd ask you to look at, for example, the email from the resident at 10A Haldane Road, which is immediately at the entrance to that road, directly opposite McDonald's. I think that's on page 86 of the agenda. Don't know if I dare try and find that whilst I'm speaking. My wife tells me I'm famously unable to do two things at once in the kitchen, I should add. But that, yeah, that doesn't look right, actually. So I have got the wrong. I may have a different number. But in any event, the resident at 10A Haldane Road, and what she says is the level of disruption in that email, the level of disruption is already challenging. It's excessive shouting and general disturbance late into the night. Gardens and doorsteps are regularly listed with packaging and food waste from late night customers. Cars double park or idle for extended periods waiting for food, often with engines running, creating unnecessary noise and air pollution. Late night gatherings of intoxicating customers have in the past led to antisocial behaviour. And moving on to another resident in 2 Haldane Road, which is the property which McDonald's backs onto, and that, from memory, is, I think, Natasha, who again is, I think, present on the call, who I'm representing today. She says that if the license were to be granted, it will be impossible to have a decent night's sleep, as this will directly affect my 6-year-old daughter, who's school age and already faces several difficulties due to her dyslexia diagnosis. Lack of sleep is detrimental at this age for their educational development and mental being. As a result, as a resident and single mother, I'm very concerned about this application and strongly object to it. The proposal will bring an increase in all of the above, not to mention more noise during sleeping hours. And it's that kind of thing which it's not an abstract or a theoretical fancy. It's a real fear that is very likely to, if the evidence is to be believed of existing use, likely to be borne out in practice. And I would invite councillors simply to just to imagine what it is like to live next to a fast food takeaway in this kind of busy location in the centre of the borough, leaving aside the fact that McDonald's originally were applying for a 24-hour license, which doesn't bear thinking about, opening up at 5 in the morning, going right through to 5 o'clock. They've cut that back, but even so, closing at this location 3 in the morning is, in my submission, unthinkable. So there's not much more that at this stage I would invite you to consider, save that I'd ask you to look at your, again, your statement of licensing policy. It's, I think, on page 16 of the report, and the annex, and it's pages 38 to 40 in the statement of licensing policy, which says that licensing authority will particularly consider the following matters where they are material to the individual application. That's obviously right. Proximity of residential accommodation, tick, it's right within residential accommodation. Type of use proposed, including the likely number of customers, proposed hours of operation, and frequency of activity. All of those highly material. The steps taken or proposed to be taken by the applicant to prevent disturbance by customers arriving at or leaving premises. Well, frankly, the reality is that whatever steps one takes in this kind of business, in this kind of location, there's nothing that one can do. If one is having literally hundreds of people turning up after the pubs turn out, late at night, early in the morning, toing and froing, there's nothing that one can do, whatever conditions one puts on, even if one has an SIA security person in the area. There's nothing they can do in reality to control or moderate the behaviour of people coming and going in the streets. Very quickly, other elements in your policy: the steps taken or proposed to be taken by the applicant to prevent queuing either by pedestrian or vehicular traffic. Some queuing is inevitable, then diverted away from premises. Well, you can't in this location because they're all about. The arrangements made or proposed for parking by patrons, the effect parking by patrons on local residents. Well, again, you'll hear evidence from others of what happens at the moment, let alone in any extended hours. The level of likely disturbance from associated vehicular and pedestrian movement, again, you'll hear a lot about that. Delivering collection areas and collection times. Well, the prevalence and the growth of apps and scooters and bikes toing and froing, highly convenient for those living further afield, but never convenient for those who happen to be near the collection point where the food is coming from. And then the other element in the policy, the history of the applicant in controlling antisocial behaviour and preventing nuisance. Well, whatever may be said this evening by McDonald's, you only have to look at the evidence of what's happened up till now. And the fact that promises may be made when we've all gone away from this hearing and we're all tucked up in our beds or doing whatever we're doing in the evenings in our homes, watching television, you only have to look at what has gone on in the past. If McDonald's are proposing for it to improve in the future, why hasn't that happened up to now? Any responsible operator would not have allowed these things to happen up to now, would have liaised with residents, would have formed good relationship with residents, and would have addressed every concern. I don't think you will hear, well, I'd be very surprised if you hear evidence of that kind of behaviour having happened in the past. Certainly it's not evidenced by the representations that I've seen. So, Chair, I hope that hasn't taken up my 95 minutes. That's as brief as I could possibly make it. I'd much rather hear you hear now from those who live in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your representation and the comments you've made. So we do have a number of local residents wishing to speak. So I'm going to call you in turn, and each of you will have 5 minutes to speak. So starting with Tony. Tony Boys, if you wish to speak, now's your time.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Amrity. I will keep it brief. I live in Fulham Reach Ward, which is adjacent to Walham Green, and work also with the police. And I've seen quite a few of these exercises over the years. I fully support what Ben Coleman has said and the objection that he made. So mine is very similar to his. And I think he's absolutely right that when he says that these problems are already bad enough. To be frank, they're really quite frightening, what is happening on the streets in that area and in other parts of the borough like Hammersmith, Broadway. So this extension would only make this worse. I think also, actually, Jeremy Phillips was completely right that it seems you have in your power to make a variation in the other direction and to reduce the license hours. And I think that would be fantastic. That would be entirely appropriate here. And in fact, it would be a great step towards achieving the objectives of the committee, which of course are the prevention of crime and disorder, the improvement of public safety, prevention of public nuisance, and protection of children. And I think all of those, and furthermore, the consideration of the human rights of the local residents for a level of peaceful enjoyment, not just their homes, but their neighbourhoods and standards of life. So I think I would encourage you to consider that strongly as an option as well. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Tony. So next up is Astrid. Astrid, equally, you have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you. My representation is on page 148, as you might have read it, and I listed 4 topics: the noise, the persistent presence of delivery drivers, the littering in hygiene, and the final one is the loss of residency amenity, and that's the one that I wanted to address with you. I recently moved into the neighborhood. I thought I was moving into a quiet, nice community, and to my surprise, things are coming to shift. Now, if you're considering even giving this type of permission to McDonald's, I'm wondering what is going to happen to the rest of the restaurants around. Is this going to turn into a 24/7 fast food chain community? I don't longer feel safe, and it's going to be basically all the people coming from the pub later on just to come in here, having a grab of a burger later at night. Honestly, I think this is a big disturbance for our lives, and I highly urge you not to grant that permission to them. It cannot come to our expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Astrid. So next is Matt Lowen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My rep is on page 288 of the public reports pack. This evening, I'll be a spokesperson for the antisocial behaviour. I have lived here on Haldane Road now for the best part of 6 years, in which antisocial behaviour has been a constant at varying levels on Fridays and Saturday nights. In my view, it's clear that McDonald's is a key contributor to the behaviour, almost providing a hub for these youths, causing the ASB to gather and disrupt the residents. These groups of youths can regularly be seen hanging around inside and outside the store on bikes with their bags of McDonald's, often hoods up, intimidating those who walk down our street. They cycle, they run, they loiter, often goad oncoming cars, they kick our front doors, and they often take it upon themselves to eat and smoke in our residents' front gardens. And as I experienced last year, I had a McDonald's drink thrown at my front door. In the last year, between my next door neighbour and I, we have emailed the Hammersmith and Fulham law enforcement team on over 50 occasions. We've run the police on 10 occasions, and I've had calls with senior law enforcement officers, including Christopher Denning. But it's clear that there are only so much that these people can do, hence why we're now starting to go straight to police, as we see that's the only way that we can see any form of change materialising. It's my belief that by extending the operational hours of McDonald's, it's only going to widen the window for ASB to occur, whether it be these groups of youths or whether it be those who are drinking in local alcohol-led premises, resulting in increased call-outs to the already overstretched police force. As a father of 2 young children, it makes my wife and I incredibly anxious every single weekend, often concerned at leaving the house, particularly when we've had these youths eating Big Macs on our front doorsteps. So anything that I believe is going to intensify or broaden this type of behaviour is not something I'm going to stand and support, which is why I asked the committee to consider the rejection of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. So next we should have Oliver Danbridge.
Yeah. Hi, I hope you can hear me okay. Thank
Yes.
you, everyone, for their involvement so far. It's worth saying that my original representation was on page 289 of the original agenda, but it's not on the one online currently, I don't believe. My objection to the temporary extended hours trial is on page 28 of supplementary agenda B. I'd like to make a specific point about how the extension of the operating hours will worsen the already notable traffic-based hazards created on Haldane and North End Road due to McDonald's delivery drivers, those parking illegally to collect their food, and late night diners. I'd also like to reiterate Jeremy's point about the issues not being abstract. They're very, very tangible. The road is a one-way street, Haldane Road, and it's barely sufficient for residential traffic as it is, let alone all the deliveries. In between McDonald's and Morley's, my small hatchback struggles to fit through. It's made extremely challenging by delivery drivers or those parked illegally on double yellows. I often have to stop, as do others, and ask people to move with my car practically still on North End Road. It's already a major hazard and people are probably going to get hurt if they haven't already, including the large groups of children who congregate at the McDonald's. At the other end of the road, there's an extremely tight pinch point with a severe blind spot right next to the youth club. Delivery drivers already simply ignore this and travel the wrong way, well over the speed limit on electric bikes or normal bikes. There's no doubt in my mind that extending these hours is going to worsen these problems considerably. The traffic rules will become harder to enforce as drivers naturally become more careless into the early hours, especially those who could be under the influence coming from parties or the pubs it's been touched on. I can't really see any way that McDonald's extending their hours isn't going to cause a law enforcement headache, and there's going to be a sharp increase in their already large burden. Cars leaving their music on and their engines on when they inevitably park on Haldane Road to visit McDonald's in the early hours of the morning is going to become a severe nuisance to all of the residents on the street. I think the lack of care McDonald's exhibits towards Haldane Road, which is epitomised by the lack of CCTV on this side of the street, which has been confirmed to me by one of their security guards, indicates that they do not take their responsibility seriously and certainly won't with extended hours. I hope the committee will consider all of this not only as a nuisance, but also as quite a major health and safety hazard and reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Sorry, I put myself on mute. Next, we should have Karen, please.
Is that Karen Pownell?
It is indeed, yes.
Yeah,
She's not here, Chair.
Oh, apologies. Okay.
She's being represented by someone else that was brought up before. Thank you.
Apologies. So there's a number of names tonight, but yes, you are correct. Simon Jones. Do we have Simon?
No, Chair.
Okay. And was Lucy Taylor able to join in the end?
Yes.
Okay. Lucy, we'll hear from Lucy next, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, can indeed. Thank you, Lucy.
Great. Sorry that the video is not working. Probably no bad thing. It might be working now. Yes, hi. I've recently moved to Haldane Road, and I have to say that I cannot believe that this is even possible to do. I come back relatively late at night, and I find it quite bad to walk down the road already, and I just think that all the bikes and everything else, they just sort of hang around, and it's, you know, as a single person, dare I say it is not particularly pleasant. And there is a very dark corner by one of the first houses, and lots of people congregate there, and I do feel that that is not at all nice for those people who live there. I'm very worried for the people who live the closest to McDonald's, and I just feel that please will you consider, you know, that it's the quality of life for people. They deserve a good night's sleep, and this is just not in keeping with that. It's not in keeping with people's well-being, and please could you refuse this application? Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Alexandra should be next.
Not present, Chair.
Okay. Alison is next after that.
Not present.
and then Chloe August alongside Greg Double.
I believe she's in the meeting.
She's currently putting our child to bed, but I can read what she had planned if that helps, Chair.
Yes. Can I just clarify? Am I speaking with Greg here?
Yeah, that's me. So I'm live and in a high risk maneuver. I'm going to speak on behalf of my wife. So she's spared. Before I start, that it's disappointing. No one from McDonald's has their camera on in this meeting, which I believe was stated at the start, and it doesn't exactly line up with the transparent engagement with the neighbours that we were promised, and indeed apparently has already happened. As per her previous statement, as a resident just a few doors down from McDonald's, we already put up with daily issues relating to the resultant, which constitute crime and disorder, public nuisance, and has a marked effect on our 2 children who live here too. Extending the hours of others, as others have said, will only highlight these current issues. I'm conscious that a lot of the points have already been touched upon, so I'm going to jump to the points that haven't. I'm going to spare you the graphics, but urination, we have seen people come out of McDonald's and use the street as a public toilet. I've concerns that this will now occur throughout the night if McDonald's is able to stay open 24 hours. Obviously, this is more of a late night after Chelsea have been playing, after there has been like a big Friday, Saturday, than it is on a Tuesday at lunchtime. But again, I'd ask you to consider that when you're considering late night occurrences. Littering, everyone has said the same thing. I was going to, as a little bit of additional flair to this meeting, show you the 2 cartons of McDonald's drinks that I had in the garden this morning, but I don't think I need to. I think you've heard that already. Cars idling in engines. This happens throughout the day, but it's obviously especially disruptive at night. And I would also ask the council that if there's any financial imperative in awarding McDonald's an extended hours, that perhaps they could make the money from simply enforcing the amount of idling that goes down, because in 2 days you would have made a small fortune. Noise from cars, large disruptive groups, as everyone else has said, and frankly, I think it's mad that this is even under consideration. What I would say is that I'm particularly proud of this area, and I love the North End Road, and I think at its potential, it can be absolutely fantastic. The larder of London, with restaurants from Ethiopian to Brazil to Nigerian, all the way to great English restaurants too. This has got a road that should be like the pinnacle of London eating, and instead we're talking about extending hours to its local hotspot. It's absolutely bananas when you could make the North End Road something to be proud of, rather than to extend the hours of its greatest black spot. No further words. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, Greg. So the next person to speak is Councillor Lydia Painter, and Councillor Painter, you have up to 5 minutes to speak as well.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was just finding my unmute and camera button. Thank you, Chair. My original representation is on page 322, sorry, of the original public agenda pack. As the recently elected councillor for Lily Ward, I've had the opportunity to speak to a lot of residents, both during the by-election campaign earlier this year and in the months since. Residents in Lily often raise the issue of the McDonald's operation, telling me how excessive noise and late night traffic from delivery drivers, increasing over the recent years, have led the site to becoming a crime hotspot, particularly for antisocial behaviour, as mentioned, drug-related offences, litter spilling out across the streets. As I think residents have already made clear, they are already paying the price from McDonald's negative presence in the area, and extending the licensing hours before addressing these issues and bringing them under control would really do a disservice to residents and the local community. The licensee is unable to prove to the committee that it has successfully managed to control crime coming from this licensed premises, or to eliminate the disorder and public nuisance that have resulted from its activity. I've noted that supporting comments were made that the extension of hours was a positive for the local community in the sense it would rejuvenate the North End Road area. Rejuvenation of this area is a key aim of the administration, and it was lovely to hear from Greg about how proud he is of the area and all the lovely restaurants along it. But like him, I agree that this is not the way to do it. Evidence included in the pack and even the operator's own record suggests that it would in fact have a negative impact, driving away families, residents and daytime traders who do not want to wade through even more litter or have their businesses located in an area of rising crime. I strongly support a thriving nighttime economy across Hammersmith and Fulham, but the benefits here really are outweighed by the negative impacts on residents' lives because of the specific type of operation that's happening here. The fact that the premises is in a known crime hotspot and cannot be prevented from being used by drug dealers by its operator already also suggests that it's not really a very welcoming venue to late night or key workers, which was another supporting comment made. Later opening also raises questions of public safety, both within the venue and beyond. Our emergency services are already spread thin, and as several objectors have noted, the police are already having to spend a lot of time dealing with the issues. So on the balance of evidence, including the negative record of operation and the absence of any proposed measures to mitigate the potential negative aspects, sufficient measures, because I don't believe the suggested measures are sufficient, I ask that my colleagues on the committee vote against the application in order to avoid further harmful effects on nearby residents and indeed the wider local community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Painter. So next I'm going to ask for Jasper Davis, who is speaking on behalf of Ben Coleman, MP. And similarly, Jasper, you have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that some of the comments that I've got in Ben's statement here have already been raised by residents, but I'll just proceed with the statement as written, just for clarity of Ben's words. Good evening. I apologise for not being able to join tonight's meeting due to a long-standing commitment to another event in Fulham with residents. I share the concerns of the dozens of concerned residents I've spoken to who are worried about the damaging and lasting impact that this application, if approved, would have on the local area. I appreciate that McDonald has shown an interest in engaging with the residents and in being a good neighbour. However, it is my view that extending the opening hours, and particularly the proposed 3-hour extension on Friday to Sunday, would exacerbate the problems with the restaurant, with more antisocial behaviour, more noise and more litter. I would ask the Licensing Committee to note that no resident has chose to withdraw their objection after being told that the application was no longer for 24-hour opening, but for an extension to 1 AM on Sunday to Thursday and 3 AM on Friday to Sunday. Indeed, many residents wrote in to say that the new proposed hours and suggested conditions did nothing to allay their concerns. Residents tell me that the current problems around the restaurant include the following: regular antisocial behaviour, public urination, damage to property, fights and loitering in front gardens with police needing to be called, littering from food packaging, noise disturbances from illegally parked scooters and cars leaving their engines running, delivery scooters blocking the pavement, posing safety risks to pedestrians, especially those with children, and increased traffic and speeding on residential streets. I appreciate the applicant's offer to close the upstairs seating area after midnight, turn off public Wi-Fi after 11 PM, and play classical music during late hours, but I do not consider these will address the core challenges. For example, the restaurant itself recognises that it will not be able to enforce a requirement for delivery drivers to wait inside the store. They explicitly state this to the police in an email on the 14th of April that, and I quote, says, "This would be positioned as advisory given they are not directly employed by us." It may be worth noting that the restaurant's commitment to conduct litter patrols by a member of staff is not something new. I worked with various McDonald's managers over the years to ensure this commitment. It already exists. The committee may wish to note that the last proposed time for the litter patrols is between midnight and 1 AM, leaving 2 hours on Friday to Sunday with no patrols before the closing time of 3 AM. On a further matter, I'm concerned that McDonald's has asked the police support in trialling temporary event notices to allow the restaurant to open from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. within the next 6 months. In their email of 14th of April to the police, they say, and I quote, "This would allow us to evidence safe and responsible late night trading ahead of a potential further application." This suggests that approval of the amended application today will lead to McDonald's submitting a new application for near 24-hour opening on Friday to Sunday in the future. Finally, I should mention that the McDonald's franchise met me in my surgery on 28th of February. We discussed a number of issues, but he did not mention his intention to apply for longer opening hours. Had he done so, I would have discouraged him from making the application, given the difficulties this would cause local residents. To conclude, for the reasons I have set out, and in order to preserve the safety, peace and quality of life for the residents of Haldane Road and neighbouring streets, I hope the Licensing Committee will choose to reject McDonald's application for extended operating hours. I thank the committee for its kind attention.
Thank you, Jasper. Next resident we have speaking is going to be Sandra. And Sandra, you are representing an additional 2 other residents, so you will have up to 15 minutes to speak. But again, brevity is appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to speak that long because a lot of points that I wanted to speak about safety were mentioned, and also my original representation is on page 222 of the original agenda pack, as well as my supplemental you can find on pages 6 and 19 on pack C that was submitted today. I was just wanted to speak about the safety, but especially female safety, because I'm a single female and currently I live on a Barclay Road, but I used to live very close to the McDonald's location, just side road to the North End Road. And I just want to share my personal experience. And for a female as me, walking, especially late at night, I find it horribly scary and dangerous. Actually, I have been intimidated directly by delivery drivers a couple of times, shouting horrible sexual observations about my body. I had drunk men also trying to aggressively flirt with me. And once I was even followed next to my door. And this is a horrible experience, which is really hard to talk about. And I am now 35. I just can't imagine how younger girls will feel in this area. So this is my main point. A lot of points were covered about antisocial behavior and safety. I think the only point I would like to make that because of where McDonald's is located, in specifically North End Road, I think their business plan is a lot to do with deliveries, and it gives a perfect position for them to deliver to the rest of west of the London. And it just terrifies me what's going to happen to that entire area if this is going to happen. And I understand that the applicant may argue that they have no direct control over the delivery drivers, but I think for that specific reason, no further hours should be granted. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope tonight you will make the right decision for all of us, and especially female safety in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. So the next resident I will take is going to be Eleanor. And Eleanor, as you're speaking on behalf of one other resident, you will have up to 10 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be speaking for that long, I promise you, but thank you for hearing our objections this evening. I'm speaking on behalf of both my mother, Julia, and I, who both live at number 54 Haldane Road this evening. My parents bought this house over 40 years ago, and I have lived here all my life, which is just shy of 42 years. I therefore feel that I speak on behalf of both of us and with a certain amount of experience of Haldane Road. We both very strongly object to this application for many reasons, but most pertinently because we strongly believe that it will have a hugely detrimental impact on our right and ability to have a peaceful enjoyment of our home and our rest. Currently, between the hours of 12 a.m. and 5 a.m, finally the mopeds stop roaring up and down the street. And please do bear in mind that Haldane Road is meant to be a one-way street. but delivery drivers going to and from McDonald's simply ignore it. This used to be, and I use used to be very strongly, a very peaceful, quiet residential street, and nobody's right to have a rest, recuperation and sleep should be threatened by huge conglomerates such as McDonald's, who have quite frankly had no respect for the neighbours in recent years. We have had a serious and stressful issue with antisocial behaviour on Haldane Road, and it's been identified by the police as this is now a hotspot that has left myself and my mother feeling extremely threatened, particularly on Friday and Saturday nights, to the extent that I will not take the bins out on those evenings. I won't leave my house. And I've had to email the law enforcement team myself alone 35 times since July last year. And I've had to escalate it in recent times to the police by calling 999 10 times in that period. And on one such occasion, they implied they were going to pull a knife on my mother. Extending McDonald's hours will only exacerbate the situation, and I fear that we will simply be trapped in our home. On so many of the occasions I have just referenced, when emailing let or 999 have been on their way from or to McDonald's with all their associated rubbish, which they either hurl at our house or throw in my front garden. They're using McDonald's as a hub to congregate in vast groups, which sometimes exceed 20. And I cannot tell you, as two women, how frightening that is when you've got 20 youths sitting on your front steps, banging on the door. Moving on, the vast number of mopeds and delivery bikes parked all over the pavements and double yellow lines at the top of Haldane Road by McDonald's sometimes means you can't have safe passage without walking in the middle of the road. McDonald's are not the direct employer of these delivery drivers, so any plans to make them wait inside or park considerately are quite frankly very misjudged by McDonald's. How can they possibly enforce such rules? In addition, between the hours of 5 AM and 12 PM, Haldane Road and neighbouring roads put up with huge numbers of mopeds, bikes rushing up and down. In the case of mopeds, they aren't quiet. Can you imagine if this was allowed to happen all night when residents want to sleep? McDonald's years ago were requested to do litter picks on Haldane Road, and I can attest to this. I have been here for nearly 42 years, which seem to have completely stopped of late. But the amount of litter that we find in the gutters and also our front garden is actually appalling and disgusting. If they can't deal with the problem now, how on earth do they expect to deal with it with the extended opening hours? Finally, I would really like to implore the committee to consider the mental health and well-being of the residents of Haldane Road and the surrounding area. This is not simply a case of not in my backyard, but more that it is just unjustified and unkind on a predominantly residential area to allow this application to be granted. And I ask all of you to consider how you would feel if you were faced with 24-hour mopeds, antisocial behaviour getting worse from an already dire situation and a continual lack of sleep owing to increased traffic, pollution, and antisocial behaviour. And I therefore urge you to reduce rather than increase the hours.
Thank you, Eleanor, for your representation. I'm now going to call on Councillor Trey Campbell-Simon, and Councillor Campbell-Simon, you have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers that have gone before me, and the speakers that will go after. I'm going to keep it brief because I think we have already heard quite a lot from residents, but also councillors on the call, and also the representative here tonight on behalf of the local MP. I would just like to highlight that I am one of the elected councillors for the ward of Fulham Green, the site where McDonald's is within, and my email inbox is filled up with complaints about McDonald's. The council have put a lot of resources into tackling the issues that McDonald's is presenting via the law enforcement team, and this is the #1 issue at residents' meetings across the ward. It's also any extension would go against the 4 licensing objectives. And, you know, whilst I acknowledge that the applicant has proposed a number of conditions, including closing upstairs area at midnight, switching off Wi-Fi, playing classical music, and advertising the store as a safe space, I do not believe these measures sufficiently address the very real concerns of the local community. This McDonald's site is located in a densely populated area with residential properties directly adjacent and nearby. And residents have already reported for years the disturbances from noise, litter, and late night activity associated with the premise. And, you know, extending trading hours into the early morning, particularly until 3 a.m. on weekends, will only exacerbate these issues. Noise from customers congregating outside, delivery drivers arriving and departing, and general footfall will inevitably increase. And even with the upstairs area closed, you know, internal conditions alone, you know, are not enough to mitigate the, you know, effects that this you know, establishment has on residents and an increase on licensing hours would have. There's a well-documented pattern of antisocial behaviour along the North End Road, particularly in the late evening. An extension of these hours to the premise risk creating a magnet for late night gatherings, especially with other businesses that are closed. This could lead to loitering, rowdy behaviour, potential confrontations, all of which put strain on the local policing and community safety resources. While the presence of one SIA on a weekend, you know, nights is noted, you know, it's unlikely to be sufficient to manage the potential volumes of customers and delivery drivers during peak late night hours, and the risk of disorder remains high. And just, you know, I'm going to touch on briefly prevention of children from harm. The area has several schools and youth services and community centres. Extending the hours of operation increases the likelihood of unsupervised minors being present in and around the premises late at night. You know, this raises serious safeguarding concerns, particularly in the early hours of the morning when supervision and support services are limited. And you know, although not a licensing objective, I feel, you know, I want to highlight the environmental and community impact. McDonald's already generates a significant amount of takeaway waste, and the current mitigation measures are not adequate. You know, extending the trading hours will only increase littering, emissions from idling vehicles, and general disruption to the local environment. And residents are already doing their part to keep this area clean and safe. And this application risks undoing the great work that the council have made on the climate and ecology, you know, to net zero. And in conclusion, while I appreciate the tenants, the applicant's attempt to introduce conditions to mitigate the impact of extended hours, I do not believe these go far enough, and the proposed changes are not compatible with the licensing objectives and will disproportionately and have disproportionate and detrimental effect on the health, safety, and well-being of the local community. And last thing I wanted to mention is, you know, even though it's not a licensing condition requirement, community engagement is always greatly appreciated with these type of licensing applications. I note that the applicant set forwarded onto the licensing team to distribute amongst objectors last week about a potential meeting at 10 a.m, a coffee and a chat with the applicant on a bank holiday Monday. This is not sufficient enough notice.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, I'm just briefing up now. This is not sufficient notice, and I think that's just a tick box exercise to, you know, tick off that they've done community engagement. As you've heard from the representative from the MP, the applicant was in his surgery recently and never, you know, expressed like to the MP that he was going to be making this application. So yeah, in conclusion, I wholly ask the committee to reject the application in full, and no extension of licensing hours is granted, and also a potential reduction in hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell-Simon. So the next resident I have to speak is going to be Adrian Murray. Adrian, are you there?
There's an email to Matt that he would not be attending, and he is representing others, and therefore Jeremy Phillips, KC, is representing those people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte. Right. Sarah Chambers, on behalf of Walham Green Ward Panel, I believe you are present this evening.
Yes, I am.
Sarah, just to say, you will have up to 10 minutes to speak this evening, so in your own time, of course.
Yeah, most of the points that I was going to mention have already been covered. There's no point reiterating them. My submission on behalf of the ward panel, I'm the chair of the Walham Green Ward Panel. A few people mentioned Annabelle earlier, who's the co-chair. Unfortunately, she sadly passed away last month, but I'm carrying on as the ward panel chair, and she was involved actually in the preparations for this. And my objection is on pages 270 to 272, with photos in there. Obviously, I'm meant to just concentrate on crime and antisocial behaviour. As several people have mentioned, McDonald's and that area of the North End Road is the hotspot. I think I was probably myself and Charlotte were the first people who found out about this. And in fact, I've looked it up tonight on our ward panel minutes. The police informed us at the ward panel meeting on the 8th of June 2023 that McDonald's is, quote, the hotspot of Fulham for crime. It is still the hotspot, the only hotspot in Fulham for crime and antisocial behaviour. I regularly, in my role as ward panel chair and IAG chair, I regularly speak to the neighbourhoods inspector, Clive Hayes, for this area, and the chief inspector. And McDonald's and this hotspot take up a disproportionate amount of the resource and funding for policing in this area and for the borough. There are several hotspots in the north of the borough. This is the only one in the south of the borough. So I just wanted to tell people that, and I guess in some ways confirm that sadly the police have to devote proportionate amount of their resources to the issues. Haldane Road gets mentioned a lot in our ward panel meetings, and the police are working very closely with the Let officers to cover the antisocial behaviour here, which so many people have referred to. I'm not going to say anything further in my submission as the ward panel chair. The person who I'm speaking on behalf of is Annalie Backman, who lives on Hartismere Road. She lives on Hartismere Road on the top section, close to the junction where people have spoken, at the junction with Thomas Road, round the corner from the Brunswick Club. And she just said that she already feels it's already an unsafe area, even in the day. And it's a really bad issue with the delivery drivers. The one thing that I hadn't realised until she told me at the weekend was that, like many of the female residents, she no longer feels safe walking down Haldane Road once it's dark late at night. She says the antisocial behaviour of the customers and the delivery drivers is so intimidating that to get home to Hartismere Road from North End Road, she can only go down Tournay Road, but she says it's not safe to walk down Haldane Road to get back to her home. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Right, so the next person I have on my list is John. Are you present this evening?
I am, Chair. Thank you very much. First of all, an apologies. I'm working both away from my home and from my office, and the bit of kit I'm borrowing doesn't allow all of you the pleasure of seeing me. But I will. So I don't have a camera.
That's fine. John, as you're speaking on behalf of a number of residents, you have in total 45 minutes to speak, but obviously brevity is appreciated.
Absolutely. And look, many thanks to everyone who has spoken so far, in particular Mr. Phillips, who has very succinctly put the case also to the many residents and to Jasper on behalf of Mr. Coleman. I did have a kind of structured presentation which I was going to run through, and I'll do my best in the to save time to kind of slightly disjointedly cut out everything that has already been mentioned, and therefore try and keep this down to a sensible time. I suspect most of the people on this call will already know this, but I just wanted to reiterate what Jasper said on behalf of Ben Coleman. I think it might have been Tony Boys who referred to Mr. Coleman as well. As many of you will know, he spent a lot of time over many years working on licensing matters and taking a lot of time to understand operators and understand residents, and he attended a large number of licensing hearings such as this one, and invariably brought a wealth of knowledge and common sense to the process. And therefore I am going to put my hand up and possibly identify a bias in that I do think his opinion needs to be given weight because of the deep experience that he has and he accrued over many years. Just a bit of context about me. I've lived for 25 years with my family on Tournai Road. I have 3 children, a wife, and one of my children is a daughter, both of whom increasingly feel unsafe on Tournai Road. We've heard that issue a number of times, and certainly after dark. We're probably somewhat unique. If you come out of the front door of McDonald's, you turn right, we're about 20 paces away. We have a motorcycle bay which can hold up to about 8 bikes. It's regularly overrun from very early in the morning. McDonald's opens, I think, as you know, at 5 until very late at night. And the numbers on our road, quite frankly, are staggering. I think the worst I've counted in recent years is over 30 bikes at any one time. I'm also probably, along with the people I'm representing, at the end of the Tournai Road, which is close to the North End Road. My back garden is 2-3 gardens away from the back of McDonald's, and within virtual touching distance of the site. So the general point is I pretty much wholeheartedly support what Jeremy Phillips said, and to the extent possible, as I've said, I'm not going to, or I'll try and cut down any repetition. I agree, and it's something I think Mr. Phillips picked up on, that this case is very much about fundamentally the position that the council will take in line with its own hours policy, and the fact that that policy was put in place, if I've understood the history correctly, to protect and balance the interests of everybody, including residents, when it was decided to do away with the cumulative impact policy that was there previously. As I say, I don't intend to add to Mr. Phillips's comments on the policy. I would note, however, that having looked at the conditions that are put forward by the applicant, nothing would effectively ensure that residents are not disturbed by countless delivery drivers departing McDonald's or arriving to collect an order. I don't think there's anything in the application that would prevent customers from being disturbed, continually through these hours. The fact that the applicant moved from 24/7 to 22/7 or 20/7 effectively makes little or no difference, I think, to the attitude, as evidenced by the fact that virtually nobody, if anybody, withdrew their application. I don't think there's anything in the application that would prevent people from enjoying themselves at local, establishments, probably alcohol-led establishments, and then staying longer in the location to enjoy a late-night burger and certainly nothing that would prevent them from travelling to the area to do that. And there's likewise nothing that McDonald's can do about the antisocial behaviour, the almost constant smell of urine on the roads, and people unfortunately being sick. There's just very little that McDonald's can do to manage or control that. I do have a picture, rather ironically, on my phone from this morning at 6:38, where, as if by some intervention, there was McDonald's litter just outside my house. I've actually photographed it for anyone who wants a time record of it. I think this goes to the issue that whatever was put in place in the past probably just isn't working now. Things have moved on. The size and scale of the operation and the way it's carried out, as I think someone previously mentioned, with a huge reliance on delivery drivers, it really does change the game in terms of what is meant by these applications, and also what can realistically be done about them. One point I would just like to pick up on that Mr. Phillips also mentioned is that, of course, he mentioned that the North End Road is a mixed-use road. The ground floor contains lots of commercial shops. The first floor and above tends to be very strongly residential. Of course, that's just the North End Road. The council statistics draw the conclusion that this area is the most densely populated part of Fulham. It's above, the density of the population is higher than that applying to Hammersmith and Fulham, and indeed it's higher than the average for London, and those statistics are very easily accessible. But the reason I want to mention it is because, of course, it's not just the front door that's important here. If you look at the 26 adjoining roads to the North End Road, if going north from Dawes Road and stopping at West Kensington Tube Station, 25 of those are 100% residential. This area is inescapably residential. It is the most densely residential part of Hammersmith and Fulham, and way above the average. And in my view, the request for rejection and reduced hours is driven by the fact that the vicinity, the area, it houses large families, small families, large amounts of children, schools, as I believe one councillor mentioned, means that you cannot divorce a decision from the empirical facts of the local amenity. One thing I do want to just add my own personal experience of is what we've contended with on the road and at the site. So I've mentioned that we get a large number of bikes on the road. Obviously, to state the obvious, these bikes are not on a residential road because they're visiting friends. They're not there because they live on the road. These people are carrying out a commercial business and a commercial activity from 5 in the morning till midnight. So invariably, this type of arrangement is by definition sanctioning commercial activity every day on our roads. And the noise from that, very, very few of these bikes, I would say less than 1% of them, are electric. They are, diesel or petrol-led engines. So not surprisingly, the drivers get to know each other, they're in communication, they quite regularly will turn up and sit on a road and do nothing. They're waiting for an order, hopefully from one of the local takeaways. And while they wait, they will make a phone call, they will play music, they will chat. If they see a mate of theirs who's luckily got a job, one of them, surprise, surprise, will hoot. And the other one, if we're very lucky, will respond with another hoot. And so the noise generated is not just the turning up, the journey to arrive there, and when they switch on to leave and deliver a delivery, and it's not just when they're at the point of delivery in the vicinity. Actually, noise is generated just during the time that they're on the road. And that, again, is not something that can be controlled or managed by the applicant. The noise is sometimes made even worse. When they get an order, they leave their bike and they lock it on the key, and you normally get 2 high-pitched electronic noises indicating that the bike's locked. They go and collect the delivery and they come back and then they unlock it on the key and you get another high-pitched noise. So in addition to all the other sources, lo and behold, at 11:45 at night, all of this you can hear. Why can you hear it so clearly? The reason you can hear it so clearly is that there is no ambient noise. There is no background noise. This is not like during the day when the market's there and the shops are open. The shops have closed. It's quiet. I am not kidding. I can tell you the songs they listen to on their phones. I can hear the conversations. It is quiet. And to extend these hours in any way will, in my view, incontrovertibly, inescapably, mean that that will happen on residential roads right outside our doors. It's not just noise. I will come to crime in a minute. We get lots of people, early in the morning, van drivers, before they go off to work, park, come and get their McDonald's. Invariably, they like to make phone calls with hands-free. They play music. They're on the phone. Again, that can all be very loud. And again, you can hear it all. It's incredibly intrusive. We also, and I did say that I'm at the end towards North End Road, we have issues peculiar to that location in that we have had an ongoing problem to do with the noise of what is quite a large extractor fan at the back of the building. It has been raised and discussed, and I believe Avril is on the call tonight, so she knows that for a very long time she's had emails and ongoing correspondence. The problem was recognised, I suspect, but I don't know, that the unit is fairly old and takes quite a bit to upkeep, but I'm no expert. We have spoken to the local authority. Obviously, it was spotted last year. The issue's been rumbling on. During the winter, probably, windows were closed. Obviously, now people would like to open their windows, but quite frankly, we can't. And a number of us, particularly those who are at the back of the house, cannot sleep. It is an ongoing issue, and we are in touch with the environmental team, and I'm afraid we'll continue to have to be in touch with them until it is resolved. But I think we're into month 6, maybe month 7. Don't have the exact dates in front of me, and we're still not there. The reason the extractor fan's also relevant for us is because, if I've understood it correctly, McDonald's close at midnight, but the extractor fan doesn't shut down till 1. And they open at 5 and the extractor fan starts at 4. So if they close at 3, the extractor fan will go off at 4, but it won't go off at 4. It'll come on at 4 because they open at 5. And so all of a sudden we have this huge unit which is generating noise very close to, admittedly, the houses of people I'm representing tonight, which are very much at the North End Road end of Tournay Road, for those of you who know it. And invariably, look, being so close, depending on where the wind is, we get a lot of cooking smells, cooking oils, cooking fats. I don't know the process for how you cook a burger in McDonald's, but whatever they use, you can sit in my garden and you can be in my house, and if you don't close the windows, then I'm afraid it's a pretty unpleasant smell. I said I'd mention crime. I am mindful that I think I've been going for 14 minutes, so I'm going to try and keep this relatively short. I think it's particularly useful. One of the people I'm representing, their submission is on pages 214 to 216, and I think it's important to note that the crimes of violent and sexual offences, which obviously we've heard about concerns tonight, antisocial behaviour and public order in the area recently are all higher than the national average, and in some cases twice as much, significantly higher. That just reflects the reality of today. Mr. Phillips is absolutely right. This is, not some thing we're worried about turning up and happening in the future. It's now. It's been now, and it's been now for a very long time. And I suspect, though there's always danger in speculating, that the reason that we got 160 plus objections, and the reason that we got so many residents associations and neighbourhood watch groups who represent tens of hundreds of residences is because some of the experiences we've heard of are quite frankly frightening, some are unacceptable, and people who have to pay to park on their road, people who pay their council tax, draw the line at what is or isn't acceptable. Just looking through my notes, I think I'm going to hope that actually I have substantively covered quite a bit. Just one other direct experience, because it's been mentioned about Haldane. I went down Haldane Road last Friday evening, and you literally couldn't make it up. Two groups on either side of the road, and there was a woman walking down the road away from the North End Road, and she was, I would say, from where I was standing, which was very close, she was clearly intimidated. She did not want to go anywhere near those groups. She was forced to walk down the middle of the road with traffic. Okay, dangerous in itself. Now, I actually delayed and went more slowly because I found myself actually feeling tense and worried about someone getting to their front door. This is 2025, Fulham, Southwest 6. Really? Do we have to live in a world where we've heard of the behaviour? I know it's happened to my daughter, so I fully sympathise with the women who have spoken earlier. But do you know what? It was in broad daylight. It was in broad daylight, and I took my time, and the woman passed down the middle of the road. But quite frankly, it's a little bit sci-fi. It's a little bit extreme. And I suppose what I hope the committee takes from this is, it's not that McDonald's is the cause of all crime. It's not that, we know from what we're told, of course, there's, the crime happens on our streets. There's no CCTV on our streets. There's CCTV at McDonald's. There's no SIA guard on our streets. There is in McDonald's. The dispersal pushes it. The dispersal policy will push it onto our streets. It's already there. Okay, and I do think this is a moment for a reality check. A sensible moment of reflection, and I do think it's partly the reason why the request for reduced hours by Mr. Phillips, which I fully support, is actually so important. Look, there is a lot more, but in fact, you can probably hear it and see it from all 160 and the objections. It's an incredible bundle. In some senses, I think quite sad that it's come to this, but there we go. I'm going to leave it there in the interest of time. I hope I have, Chair, kept within my allotted period.
Thank you, John. And yes, indeed you have. Next up on my list is I've got Catherine Langham. Catherine, are you present this evening?
Thank you, Chair. I represent my daughter who has a house near McDonald's on Haldane Road, where she lived for 4 years from October 20 to September 24. The house has been tenanted since October 24, I have permission to represent the tenants as I manage the property. I was a councillor in my local authority for several years, and I sat on licensing committees. In his introduction to the licensing objectives for 2018 to 2027, Stephen Cowan states, "We want to create a vibrant, safe and considerate nighttime economy. We support the revival of nightlife with more well-managed late licenses in non-residential areas. We believe the policy strikes a balance, promoting economic growth while protecting residential amenity. Any extension to hours from McDonald's in this semi-residential location would not protect residential amenity." We all know the aims of the licensing, the 4 licensing objectives, and we're all aware of the problems in Howden Road relating to McDonald's. Firstly, the gangs of uncontrolled youth who are children, who were 10 in 2020 when my daughter moved in and are now 15. They are increasingly threatening, and they feel empowered by the fact there appears to be no sanction on their behaviour. Our tenants reported, on the first night we moved into the house, we were essentially harassed by a group of around 15-year-olds. They were throwing things at the window, lingering by the front door, shouting at us to come out and fight, and even came through the gate and up to the window to retaliate as we had asked them to leave. They remained outside for around an hour on and off, so these people were held hostage for over an hour. They kept going back and forth to McDonald's. They go on to say, "We regularly see a group of youths hanging at the top of the road by McDonald's, shouting, throwing things, and generally being a nuisance. The police and the LET have failed to control this regular problem, and thus to safeguard these vulnerable children who use McDonald's as a base. It is now thought they may be carrying knives, because somebody thought they saw one carrying a knife last weekend, and it's only a matter of time before a serious incident takes place. This is evidence that McDonald's, North End Road, is associated with crime and disorder and threatens the well-being of children." 2 of the licenses of objections. The congestion with delivery riders, we have added in Agenda C, item 6, pages 3, 4, 6 and 7, various photographs of them blocking the road or parking on the side of the road. My daughter has reported that the couriers often leer. She's been very scared having to pass them. They make suggested comments, so lone women feel unsafe and threatened when having to squeeze past them to enter Howden Road, a threat to public safety. The cars with their engines running, music playing, and the appalling litter are all examples of public nuisance. So McDonald's actually contravenes all 4 licensing objectives. There have been around 22 antisocial behaviour CADs in the last year, and yet the police and the SNT have failed to control the problems. When called by frightened residents whose doors are being kicked, and goodness knows what would happen if they actually managed to kick open a door, they don't attend, but merely say, "Oh, stay inside and don't engage." It's not good enough. It's somewhat surprising that Sergeant O'Brien of the licensing team attended a meeting on his day off, and therefore off duty, to agree conditions with McDonald's to be open until at least 3 AM. Whilst keen to agree terms with franchisee Smash, Sergeant O'Brien has refused to consult with local residents, saying, "To discuss this further would remove the impartiality from my decision-making." It's totally irrational to disregard the fact that McDonald's and its surroundings are crime hotspots and arrange conditions that do nothing to relieve the suffering of local residents. The conditions agreed will ease the situation inside the outlet, but it will drive people out. So as we've heard, they'll be drunk, they may vomit, they'll sit on walls to eat, they'll chuck their waste into gardens, they'll keep their engines running, they'll play with music all night long. This is customary behaviour currently up to midnight, but it'll obviously continue throughout the night, making life untenable for nearby residents. The SIA will only protect the staff in McDonald's. We have contacted McDonald's and London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham numerous times over the past 4 years, so this is not a new problem. Asking for help, but to no avail. See Supplementary Agenda 3, page 40 to 46. There have been 0 consultation from September 2020 until this last bank holiday Monday, 2 days ago, and no attempt to improve matters. It would be totally contrary to policy and licensing objectives to allow any extension to hours for this outlet. And so, councillors, we implore you to review this application and to please consider reducing the hours of operation. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Catherine. So the next person I've got on my list is Charlotte Dexter. And Charlotte, as you're speaking on behalf of a number of residents, you have up to 25 minutes to speak, but of course, brevity is appreciated.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to say something that nobody else has really talked about, but I'm sure that the councillors, because of the weight of the representations made, and in fact, as far as I know, in the history of the Licensing Act 2003 here in Hammersmith and Fulham, this is the largest hearing that has ever taken place since 2005, when the whole thing came into force. So I'm sure, or I want to hope and be sure, that the 3 subcommittee members who are here tonight made their way down to 312 North End Road to see what was happening. So what I did when I saw what was happening, and I've been there many times over the past 2 years, initially going inside to speak with managers and so on, here and there, very friendly chats, talking about the police, talking about the let team. The initial one was because Morley's was applying for a license, a 24-hour license, as a new operator in what had been a pub. The barrister spoke earlier about the 7 flats above that pub that were built out in 2020 or so. And he quoted from one of the residents who had very tempered and appropriate comments being made about the problems that he has even getting into his door into the building at the rear on every occasion in the evening. So Morley's was coming in, and that license application was actually rejected in full for late night refreshment. And they closed at 2300. They were closing at 12 p.m., but we had to report that, and things changed, luckily. And we thank the licensing authority for that. So what I learned was that, well, first of all, I walked in and there was an SIA, a Security Institute Association, security guard on the door, and it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I asked about that, and they said, well, they usually have somebody on, depending on the day, depending on the school, they don't have it during half term and things like that. So the idea that a condition has suddenly been put on the license for a security guard at midnight, well, it's interesting, but it doesn't fit with what's really happening at McDonald's, especially in winter in the dark hours. They put somebody on all the time. By 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the evening, they often close the upstairs 100%. Years ago, they pulled out all the computer terminals and so on, because they only got ransacked by kids, unfortunately. So one of the things that's happened over time, of course, is that it has become a almost pure takeaway. They've taken away the stools that are on the existing plan. We asked for a new plan. Unfortunately, I guess they didn't have time to make a sketch on the back of an envelope, as is allowed in the Licensing Act. All the stools that are on the existing plan are no longer there. They haven't been there for, they can tell you, but I don't know, at least 3 or 4 years, I would think. They used to be along the windows in the front, and then on the side, on the Haldane Road side, there were stools as well along the window. Those are all gone. The whole ground floor has changed dramatically with the advent of wireless and kiosks to order everything. You don't order anything at the counter anymore unless that's all that you can do. And of course, a manager will be called and they'll help you order something in the old-fashioned way. So there are kiosks and there are advertisement boards and things flashing and all these things. It's kind of an interesting maze of excitement and lights and action for you to kind of walk through and wait while your order is then called, and you see it on the screen, and if you don't get it quickly enough, then they call it out manually and so on. So, it's kind of interesting to just watch the whole thing in action and see the chaos that reigns when there are a lot of people there. Then suddenly it's very quiet. Okay, fine. But by closing upstairs quite early, of course, it pushes people out onto the street, and that they walk a bit and they walk into Tournai Road, or they walk a bit and they walk into Pyrus Road, or they walk back, they walk into Haldane Road. You can see what happens. They walk across the street, they walk into Walham Grove. Okay, they're running a business. People buy things. People have a right to walk around. Fine. Yes, we understand that. And we're not really against McDonald's. It's just that McDonald's has a corporate attitude that doesn't fit in this specific neighborhood. We're very neighborhood proud in Fulham. We love our roads, we love our houses, we love our flats. We love the trees that we can enjoy. And somehow McDonald's doesn't seem to understand that. So the manager, a few of these managers who I spoke with, they went on to explain to me in grotesque detail the kind of problems that they have. And I said to them, well, do you call the police? And they said, oh, no, we don't call the police. No, they come in every day or so and they have a chat and a cup of coffee. And they've told us, don't worry, we'll come in and talk to you. Well, no wonder we don't have statistics, but let's not even go there. But that's what happens. That's what happens in premises. And we know that around Fulham, a lot of premises, they have a golden rule. They never pick up the phone, but they make sure other people pick up the phone. The idea of a condition about a safe place, I mean, this is super concerning, especially to women, mothers, really anyone. A crime hotspot is not a safe place. And the concept of the safe place, which is part of the Met Police working with the National Business Association or something, industry association, is that people actually can feel that there's someone there that can take care of them, that they can talk to. This is calling on professionals that are in a space that can actually deal with an issue. McDonald's is not the Samaritans. The idea that the police and McDonald's think that putting up signs that say, don't worry, this is a crime hotspot, but it's also a safe place. Please talk to our manager. And what, the manager's supposed to come out from the fryer and start chatting with, some distressed woman or mother? I really want to say, in the name of Fulham, it's unbelievable. It's not credible. It's really not credible. I'm sure we'll hear from McDonald's about how credible it might be, but we really need convincing on that point. I would say generally that McDonald's has no dark hours strategy. No dark hours strategy. Their strategy is just to make more food. And as John Scolding just said, just one more 15-minute period of late night refreshment would give them even more impetus to keep their fans on longer and to become even a bigger delivery hub than they are now. It's very clear to us that the longer the hours, the bigger the operation, the louder the operation, the more intense the operation, the more they can prep food perhaps for other places or all kinds of scenarios that we don't know about. We can only make conjecture.
Apologies, Charlotte, for interrupting you there, but could you please tie these specifically to the 4 licensing objectives that I spoke about at the start of the meeting?
Yes, I know the 4 licenses. Would you like me to say them each time or what?
No, I just please keep them connected to the preparation of food, whatever. Just please keep them specific to the 4 licensing objectives.
Yes, so if they prepare food after 12 midnight to 5 a.m., they can be preparing it. Yeah, and they can inhibit public safety because they're coming inside and out while people are, trying to sleep and everything else. They can create nuisance. I'm unclear on how you want me to, rejig my arguments, but okay. So oh gosh, thank you. I mean, I've totally lost my train of thought now. All right, so my representation is on page 298 to 299 of the agenda pack. And my point really was that your licensing policy, which is our licensing policy as your constituents, gives you an immense amount of power. It mentions residents 44 times vis-a-vis all 4 licensing objectives. And it allows you to look at the licensing objectives in the context of ours as they relate specifically to the needs of residents. Because what are we but residents and your constituents? This act was not put into place to desecrate our borough. It was there to give you the power to balance the needs of your constituents with the needs of operators like McDonald's. And you have every ability to be concerned about crime and about public nuisance and about public safety and about children and harm, and balance it. And that's what we're asking you to do tonight. And we believe that the only way that you can do that is by reducing the hours, which is fully within your remit as a full variation application has been made by this operator. Finally, I would say that the irony is that McDonald's has huge power, huge corporate power. It could change things overnight, but their structure isn't that way. It's the franchisee who's in charge, and he doesn't have the cooperation of corporate power at this level, but he could demand it, and he could change everything very quickly. And he did that this morning. Suddenly this morning, you know, people came out to go to work, and they took pictures of a very clean Haldane Road suddenly overnight. And there were no drivers suddenly, no riders anywhere for a good 2 hours. Then somebody walked around the road and they thought they were all packed in on Tournai Road. Okay, come to your own conclusions. But, you know, I guess they proved to themselves that they could change. But the question is, do they want to change in relation to the 4 licensing objectives? Or do they just want to be a commercial power and take what they can out of this very, very sensitive, densely residential community of 85,000 people in 9 different wards in Fulham? 85,000 people. I asked the committee tonight to think of those 85,000 constituents who you represent and to reduce the hours of McDonald's at this juncture, to send them a clear signal that they haven't come up to snuff at all for your constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that concludes the representations made by the objectors this evening. We will now move along to the applicant. As 310 minutes have been allocated to objectors to speak, similarly, 310 minutes shall be provided to the applicant to speak as well. So could I please ask the applicant to make their presentation now?
Sir, thank you very much. In the spirit of representing a quick service restaurant, I will do my very best not to take up 310 minutes. Sir, it's often quite astonishing. I've been representing McDonald's for a long time, and McDonald's are a nationally and internationally recognized operator that engage some of the highest operational standards and practices, ever evolving, ever improving in the country. And it's often a mystery to me how it is that for some reason it seems to be such a totemic target for local residents. It's almost as if it's an invitation to exercise general democratic rights, to participate in local government, and raise all sorts of concerns about whether the police are doing their job, whether the council is doing the job, concerns about the local area. And as you started with your presentation and your direction to us all earlier this evening, The challenge faced by you and your colleagues is that you need to restrict your consideration to what is relevant to the promotion of the licensing objectives and what is relevant to a very strict legal regime. You are not required to range far and wide, as has been suggested, and you're certainly not required to create and implement sort of quite novel and plainly quite wrong legal tests. So before I make my application proper, I will remind you and your legal advisors, and you're lucky enough to have two, that the suggestion by Mr. Phillips that you can somehow reduce what is already there within the operation of the Act is just wrong law. Section 35, subsection 5A of the Licensing Act makes it very clear that a relevant representation empowers you to take action, and these are about the likely effects of the grant of the application. So what you're looking at and what you're asking yourself is, if we grant a variation in the terms requested, what are the likely effects of that? That is forward-looking, it is based on the application, and it doesn't allow you to look back to what has already been granted and somehow meddle in some impromptu review. I would urge you strongly not to follow and fall into the trap that Mr. Phillips is suggesting by making this novel, wrong legal point. You certainly won't be following your own statement of licensing policy, where in section 3 you recognise as a key principle the importance of the various Human Rights Act protections that apply, and you certainly won't be following section 51 of the Act, which relates to reviews and the fact that a review ought to be fully and properly made. Secondly, no doubt you and your legal advisors will be aware of section 9.12 of the section 182 guidance. The police are your main source of advice on crime and disorder. They've looked at this case and thought to themselves, no, there are conditions that can be satisfied. Mr. Phillips, in his opening, generously acknowledges the fury and anxieties that local residents have. These anxieties have been on show. They are general and they are non-specific, and they are not supported by your experts because they've chosen not to make representations. The case of Thwaites and the High Court warns you quite specifically about adopting, to quote the words of Mr. Phillips and the High Court, adopting these anxieties, to elevating them to evidence and circumventing the responsible authorities that you have. As for the suggestion that you use conditions to somehow provide fees for the community of licensing lawyers, there is no legal basis for that, and I will in due course come to this notion that there is nothing you can do with conditions. In fact, it is very appropriate within the context of this permissive regime for you to examine whether there are conditions in order that the applicant and operator of this premises can do its part within the promotion of the licensing objectives. So you have a modified application before you. It has been modified because those responsible authorities that can and are interested to engage with the applicant has engaged with us, and we've amended our application. So from Sunday to Thursday, we are requesting an amendment of an additional hour. And from Friday to Saturday, we are requesting the addition of 3 extra hours. And on Friday to Saturday, from midnight to 3, there will be at least 1 SIA subject to ongoing risk assessment. And I'll come to that in due course. There is no planning restrictions on the use of this premises, and so that settles that at least. And I've really been trying to find a way to assist the committee and indeed myself in acting for McDonald's when you're faced with this surge, as is often the case, acting for McDonald's. As I say, they represent some totemic call to action for local authorities, where local residents come out to engage, which is quite odd given their extensive record. Shoesmiths have been acting for McDonald's for actually since the inception of the Act. They've never had to represent McDonald's for a review. And the reason for that, of course, is that it's not needed. McDonald's are a responsible operator, and perhaps one of the most responsible operators, who very quickly engage with responsible authorities, with civil society, attach themselves to a problem, and then find a solution. So, for example, you've heard about the extractor fan. The extractor fan issue came to our attention sometime in December at the time this application was made. We've engaged with the local residents and the responsible authorities. And as far as your responsible authorities are concerned, so that's your planning department and your environmental health department, that has been settled in a matter of months. So how do I suggest you cut through? Well, I think the answer is in the Section 182 guidance, particularly in paragraph 14.13, which reminds us that a statement of licensing policy should make clear that licensing law is not the primary mechanism for general control of nuisance and antisocial behaviour by individuals once they are away from licensed premises and beyond the direct control of the individual club or business or whatever it may be. Nevertheless, it's a key aspect of such control, and licensing law will always be a part of a holistic approach to the management of the evening and nighttime economy in town and city centres. So the question then is, and the older iterations of the Section 182 guidance would say that licensing law was not a panacea. It can't cure everything, and it certainly can't cure general concerns, but what it can do is be quite surgical. It can surgically address what is McDonald's doing to meet its responsibilities. And in my submission, if it is doing all it can to meet those responsibilities, then the local authority should work with it in order to promote the licensing objectives in partnership with the operators, with the local community. And of course, one of the key aims and objects of the regime in paragraph 1.5 of the Section 182 guidance is to recognise the important role that licensed premises play in our communities and to minimise the regulatory burden on them, to encourage innovation and support responsible premises. I will say that we are both innovative and responsible and are worthy of your cooperation. Sir, you rightly hit on the point that relevance is of paramount consideration, and I'm grateful to the local residents for attempting to be as relevant as they can, and I offer no criticism for the fact that they may stray into irrelevant considerations such as house prices, parking provision, and the wider anxieties that we've heard from. But I'm confident that this is an experienced committee. You have experienced advisors and two legal advisors assisting you. I often find it's helpful to give some personality behind this, the golden arches that so antagonize local residents unjustifiably, because, if for all these hearings that I've done, and I've been doing it for more years than I care to remember, if these anxieties ever came to fruition, I and my bank manager would be very happy, because I would be back to back in reviews, given that I'm the go-to person that McDonald's instructs in these cases. So Smash Limited and its director, Abel Compos. So Abel has started, like many franchisees, working as a grill fryer. In fact, the vast majority of people that have a long-term relationship with McDonald's have to start from the shop floor. They literally start grilling the fries, grilling the burgers, moving on to service, and so on. Abel crawled up the corporate ladder and became a director. In fact, he was a director of franchising. So he really knows how to be a franchisee and how to be the best of franchisees. And he became director for UK and Ireland and the head of franchising. As is often the case with those of our staff that start in the fryer and work through the corporate ladder, he had his ambition to open his own stores and become a franchisee himself. So he's took his experience of the shop floor and of the boardroom and combined those together. And so he started with 3 stores in the West London area mostly in March 2021, and he now has some 14. 2 of which are in your borough, and of those 2, sorry, there are more than 2, they operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I can confirm that Able stores have not been subject to any reviews, any prosecutions, or any serious intervention by your responsible or authorities. I'm very curious why, for example, the councillor who says his inbox is full of complaints about McDonald's has not approached us. We're very approachable. Mr. I don't like to refer to people's names, but the gentleman that talked about the extractor fan has engaged with us, has found us engaging and can work and cooperate with us. Why has he not contacted us? But there has, in fact, been extensive engagement by your local authority, and I'm going to say endorsement and commendation by your local authority in the way that you have worked with us. Abel is the director of your local bid. So your local authority endorses him and encourages him to be part of the business improvement district and trusts him to be one of those voices. Your local environmental health team have a community toilet scheme. This may sound like a small thing, but your local authority encourages licensed premises to open its toilets to the public. So you don't have to buy a burger or a coffee to use the facilities, and has got McDonald's to sign up to the scheme. Your local authority was so keen to have our engagement that you offered us money to do this, which I hasten to add, we refused. The toilet community scheme is important because it also contributes to accessibility. We have a gender-neutral accessible toilet that's available on the ground floor with no stairs. Your local authority, in line with many others, promotes accessibility in the nighttime economy. One of the key things to particularly people who have mobility challenges is being able to get to a well-lit, safe, accessible toilet. It's the difference between having a night out that ends at 6, 7 or 8 o'clock, or like those that don't suffer from particular disabilities, being able to stay out until 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, as the case may be. So when the local residents, and particularly Mr. Phillips, invites you down this unlawful mischief of reducing the hours, he fails to consider what impact this reduction in accessibility will have on your thriving nighttime economy. Your local environmental health team have scored, you operate the scheme of scores on the door, and we have a 5-star scoring. So your environmental health team, despite the legion of complaints that are being alleged by local residents in their passionate anxieties that you hear, are nonetheless awarding us and highlighting us as a venue that is 5 stars. So I don't understand that contradiction. And as I say, it's something that I often confront. The other matter is this issue of safe haven. Now, safe haven is an extension of the Ask Angela scheme. So not just this McDonald's, but also other McDonald's are encouraged to stay open at times. And the reason for this is that we provide a well-lit, safe, CCTV trained environment in the nighttime economy that is unmatched and unparalleled by other operators. If you are one of these persons that are walking down the street and feel unsafe, the bright lights of McDonald's provide a protection for you. They provide a shield and an oasis where you can stop, take a breath, and ask for help if necessary. And that is our experience within these 14 premises that we operate, this specific premises, and indeed nationally. And it's something that we're often commended for. Our wider duties and our wider engagement with the community is such that in all 14 of our stores, we have defibrillators. So they can be accessed by the emergency services. All our managers have first aid training. All 150 of our managers have been trained in antisocial behaviour and conflict training. In fact, even the designs of our stores are such. So the screens that were so helpfully described by one of the later representatives from civil society are such that you punch in your order, and in punching your order, you're able to be exact and specific. There is a direct printout that goes to the kitchen. Your order is able to be prepared freshly, and so you get exactly what you ask for. Far from being chaotic, it actually reduces antisocial behaviour and conflict because there is clarity and there is accountability. Now, it's been said that we don't promote innovation, that we are not looking for ways to improve. That too is quite wrong. McDonald's is always looking at innovative measures, everything from the design of its premises, the colour of its premises. The really sad fact, I always find it disappointing to share this, the fact that we know through experience that putting on classical music tends to calm people down and move them along. Simple steps like this make a huge difference. But of all the franchisees, of all the regions and areas in the UK, this franchisee in West London was chosen specifically for his competence by McDonald's centrally to test and run a pilot scheme, which is the use of body-worn cameras by staff in the store. There are, in fact, 6 body-worn cameras that are available on the staff and 2 that are available to SIAs. The SIAs that we have during the day are part of the Business Improvement District, and they're shared around various premises to deal with daytime challenges, which are completely separate to the challenges of the licensed economy and the nighttime economy. But you can see there that innovation is something that McDonald's is incredibly keen to engage with, and does indeed engage with. And this is just the list of commendations that come from your environmental health, your police, your council, and indeed McDonald's nationally, which has faith in this operator. And that explains why, it seems to me, there are no representations from your responsible authorities, because there are no concerns about environmental health, about nuisance and antisocial behaviour, or indeed crime and disorder, because this premises does all it can to mitigate these. This premises and this operator are a partner with the responsible authorities, and they are a trusted partner. If your local police, your environmental health team, and your council can generally trust this operator, I see no reason why, councillor, you and your two colleagues can't equally trust the councillor. This operator. In fact, you'd be in a bit of a pickle where you'd have to explain to yourself why you, as one subdivision of the council, can't trust the operator in the face of overwhelming endorsement by other limbs of the council. And so it's an interesting matter for you and your colleagues to engage with. Key to this is the operating schedule. Whether the operating schedule by this operator in this location for these proposed licensable variations, that's the service of late night refreshment for these additional hours, can be relied upon. First and foremost, you have 15 conditions on the premises license, which already exist and would not be taken away unless you choose to amend them. You then have an operating schedule, which has been suggested by the applicant on pages 36 and 39 of your agenda, which I will go through. As I say, these replicate matters that are already on the premises license, and it's a matter for you whether you choose to adopt them or indeed choose to keep what is already there. So we suggest an incident log. An incident log is not on our premises license. It's kept in any event, so that happens. We then have some details about the CCTV system, that it is digital, which it is. Customers are warned by the operation of CCTV, that staff members are conversant with the use of the CCTV, that we're compliant with data protection, that our recordings are stored for a minimum of 31 days and are date stamped. They're made available to the police and the licensing officers, that it's maintained, and that it covers the corridors leading to the toilets, first floor, and all entry points. All that is done. It is not reflected in your current license, but if you wanted to adopt those, you are welcome to do so. Whether or not you adopt those, that is the situation that exists. Just because it's not on our premises license, it doesn't mean that we don't promote the licensing objectives. Operation is more than just about the conditions. So the operating schedule continues with training. Training is key. Training new members of staff, retraining, refreshing that training, and learning as situations arise is a key aspect of our training regime. Our training records and interventions are legion, everything from first aid to health and safety, to conflict training, to CCTV and engagement is covered by our training. And it includes, quite crucially, SIA accredited conflict management training, whether that's with an upset neighbour or an unruly patron. They're engaged and will work with them in order to diffuse the situation. And I'll come on to that again when I talk about staff safe. We use door staff. Door staff are used on a risk assessed basis. All of our premises constantly risk assess the way we operate. And indeed, one of our local neighbours talked to this risk assessment, the way in which we may close the upper floor, the way in which we change the music, the way in which we change internet access, in order to be aware of what is occurring in the store and on our premises. So you can see there that we will continue to do that. We work with the local bid, which is why we sometimes have SIA during the day, particularly to deal with school children during school hours, which is a challenge for the whole area, not just for us. And we'll continue to have SIA during the night to see if it's required. We do proactively engage. So that's there with the door staff, and you can hear the various means by which we've intervened. So as I've said, music, internet, lighting, SIA and staff safe. So staff safe is an audio-visual monitoring capacity that operates actually out of Scotland. And what it means is if staff activate the staff safe system, they take a look at the images, they're able to hone in, they take good quality images above and beyond our CCTV and are able to say, you there in the green coat, we're watching you, please behave, or we will escalate the situation. They'll be warned that they're on CCTV, as the case may be. Our body cam pilot is going to be linked to that staff safe. So in terms of engaging with the police and local authorities, not only will you have CCTV, but you will also have staff safe backup. As I say, we always work in partnership with our local responsible authorities, and I think that explains why they're not here today and why they're keen for us. As I said, they wanted to pay us money to engage in the schemes with them, and we're happy to do that. But all our systems are in place, and it's evidenced most recently by the work we've done on the extractor fan. We never sell alcohol. We have no intention of ever selling alcohol, as far as I understand it. And there are no open alcohol containers permitted on the premises, and they're not allowed to be consumed in the store if they are smuggled in. So there is that. And sir, we hate litter as much as you do. We are the first company in our sector to introduce litter patrols. In many areas of the country, we're the only company that has litter patrols. Litter patrols happen on our premises, whether there's a condition or not. The general mantra is that we operate from sunrise to sunset, and we do so because of safety. And that's part of our insurance policies. So generally we collect litter on opening times. We'll go out just after the breakfast rush, typically after lunch, after the school rush, and in the early evening. We have litter picks on two levels. There's the patrol that goes into our wider area, and then we also have our doorstep. And that can happen later into the night because our risk assessment allows us to do that, because we have our CCTV cameras focused on our staff there. We also work with local authorities. So where we can get highways and environmental health and all of the red tape that is associated with local government to work together, we're happy to sponsor bins. We used to sponsor the Bin It campaign. Now, because I think I'm correct in saying that all our packaging, there might be exceptions, I have to check, All of it is recyclable. So we now promote recycle it because that's part of the process that we engage in. We also work with community groups. So in other boroughs, and I think with yours, we work with local schools where we sponsor litter picks in local parks, local open areas to highlight the importance of litter picks. We collect all litter, not just our own. We're not picky about the litter that we pick. And in respect of this premises, we would be content, subject to authorization from the landowners, to collect from people's front gardens. We don't normally do that because it's obviously private land, but we recognize it is a problem. And so our wider litter pick goes along the frontage of North Road and goes up Haldern Road until it turns, and also up Tawney Road. And so if we have permission from those residents, we will go into their front gardens, but only during daylight hours, and that can be communicated to us during the proposed intervention and residents engagement that we are looking at. So that's kept under review. I appreciate it may not go as far. As I say, there are practicalities and insurance that pertain to that, but we're always willing to listen. And if we do find a particular hotspot that is within our catchment area, despite the legal position saying it's not our responsibility, we will engage as far as is reasonable to do so. We've suggested resident engagement, and we've suggested meetings every 6 months. We're happy to adopt Jeremy Phillips' suggestion that it said every 3 months, though we will refer you to the drafting of our condition there. We're certainly not agreeing to opening the floodgates to paying for legal representatives, as much as my licensing colleagues would enjoy that. The condition as drafted by us is proportionate and appropriate. We've added conditions to do with noise, amplified music, and so on. We only have background music, so that's not there, but it's a belt and braces approach if it's needed. The same with smells and so on. We're happy to display those signs and engage with our delivery drivers. Now, our delivery drivers are third-party delivery drivers, and in much the same way as our patrons are third parties, it doesn't mean that we can't and don't engage with them. So the app-based delivery system, which has caught everyone by surprise, is a fast learning process. We provide space on our premises for the delivery drivers. There is a limited amount of time that a delivery driver ought to be in the area, because they are only notified some 3 to 5 minutes before the order is ready. And so there's no need for them to be hanging around in the area. We are able to geofence certain areas so that certain distances to the restaurants are not open. So we're able to work with local authorities to ensure that drivers can be kept out of certain areas. We are able to deal with complaints if there are specific drivers, though that of course requires engagements from the responsible authority and to the civil society engaging with us. But there are measures in place. It's a reality of modern living that we're all catching up with and all looking for innovative solutions to, that people want things delivered to their homes, and the delivery drivers, whether they're from McDonald's or other areas, actually serve the local community, because typically a successful delivery service, whether it's during the day or in the evening, delivers to a catchment area of within 15 to 20 minutes. So it's something that your local community wants. And so while there may be many local residents that are objecting, you and your colleagues, sir, are also thinking about all those people that don't object, that value these late night services, for whom they are an important feature. So there are means and ways to encourage the drivers not to loiter, not to use their phones, and so on. And again, despite what is said to be many complaints and concerns, you know, the anxieties are certainly amplified tonight. They've not been directed towards us. So that covers the operating schedule. Oh, we include our dispersal policy and dedicated areas. So I just turn to the police. Now, if the perception of crime associated with this premises were such as it is, and there's references to regular meetings with chief inspectors and so on and so forth, I don't expect the police to have been so cooperative, nor to trust us with this, to be members of your safe haven initiative. Now, we engage with the Safer Neighbourhoods team regularly. We meet routinely. We engage with him during the day. We've not actually had any late night incidents during our licensable activities. So this idea that there are existing problems with the operation of our late night license is just wrong. And I appreciate there were many references to during the day and school children and so on. And you and your colleagues, sir, have been doing this long enough to know the relevance of those is limited. But we've indicated to the police that we are confident that we can promote the licensing objectives. We're going to continue to explore through the use of TENS how feasible that is. But in the meantime, the police seem to be agreeing with us. They've certainly agreed with us more than halfway and said, OK, let's give it a go for the weekend. They've asked us not to open the upstairs area, and we've agreed. They've asked us to switch off Wi-Fi, and we've agreed. They've asked us to play classical music until 3 a.m. And we've agreed. And we have no open alcohol containers, which is already the case. And they've also asked us to take on board the responsibility of being a safe haven within your nighttime economy. And we are happy to do so. Now, these conditions and this faith by the expert licensing officers of your local authority reflect that we are allies of the police, that we are trusted co-workers in the nighttime economy that can and do promote the prevention of crime and disorder. So again, you find yourself in an odd situation where your experts are saying to you, not just that we trust McDonald's, your experts are saying to you, we trust McDonald's with anyone that might feel vulnerable. We trust them as a safeguarding partner. So that meets crime and disorder, protecting children from harm, though it's not a licensing objective, protecting the vulnerable. It meets your policy concern about protecting women, and it also meets public safety and public nuisance. So as I say, we feel we have a ringing endorsement from the responsible authorities and the council, and that we can meet the concerns of our local residents. We are quite confident that the concerns of the local residents will be proven to be no more than quite natural anxieties over change. You know, when you see an application in black and white that says, we're going to open until 5 a.m., then all of your concerns are going to be shoveled into your representation. the opportunity to attend a hearing like this, and you and your colleagues, sir, have been very generous with your time and your patience for them to effectively vent their concerns about their community. It serves a purpose, which is not just about the promoting the licensing objectives, but just engaging in the democratic process. But we mustn't let that hijack the very clear legal regime within which you choose to operate. I'm just going to look at my phone, not because I'm being rude, but just to check with my clients whether there is anything that I've left out. I've been corrected. We're still engaged with the environmental health officer on the extractor fan. That is ongoing. So apologies for that, but we are engaged with them. I misread my instructions. So I can see a little note there. No, that's the only correction I need to make. Sir, I commend the application to you. I trust you will have the same confidence in us that your police authority do, that your other organs of the council do, and that this whistle-stop tour through the existing operating schedule as per our license and in the operating schedule will give you the confidence that you need to grant this premises license. I'm here to answer any questions that you have, and I've certainly not spoken for 300 minutes, and I hope that gives me some small credit with everyone. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your representation. We have now heard from both the objectors as well as the applicant. So we'll now move on to committee questions. So can I ask each committee member to ask questions of any party about the application and issues that have been raised at the hearing in relation to the 4 licensing objectives? As a reminder, those are: 1, the prevention of crime and disorder; 2, public safety; 3, the prevention of public nuisance; and 4, the protection of children from harm. So, do any members of the committee have any questions they wish to ask? Councillor Stanton or Councillor Daly? Councillor Daly, I can see your hands up.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walsh. And thank you to everybody who's come along and spoken so eloquently about the issues. Can I just ask my first question of Councillor Campbell-Simon? There were some challenges there about the kind of casework that's brought to you. You said in your when you were speaking there that issues at McDonald's were the -- issue at surgeries, which was quite challenged there by Leo when he was talking about it. Could you just tell me a little bit more about some of those issues at surgeries, and how, I'd like to know if there's anything that you've heard this evening that's been surprising, particularly around public nuisance.
Yes, so I can go into a bit more detail. So you're right. I did state that it was high up on the concerns I raised at surgeries, but also my councillor inbox rough estimate must be 40% with residents complaining about them being sandwiched in between 2 fast food takeaways on the Haldane Road, the surrounding streets, and their concerns of raising the issues with regards to McDonald's, the ASB, the loitering, the noise nuisance as well. And yeah, it's quite a lot. And I guess the reason why McDonald's haven't specifically signposted it to McDonald's is because the reason is why I haven't signposted it to McDonald's is because you know, it's a council issue to address, but also on my attempts to engage with McDonald's, I have been rebuffed. Even when I went into there on 3 separate occasions and introduced myself as a local councillor, I was told that the applicant, you know, wasn't there and, you know, couldn't speak to me. And that's on 3 separate occasions. I have also emailed McDonald's in the past with regards to these complaints that are being raised, and you know, there is no appetite from what I'm witnessing from their side to sort of engage in any meaningful dialogue. I know that residents on the call have stated that they've gone into McDonald's and, you know, they've had, you know, relatively positive conversations, but that hasn't been my experience as the ward councillor, and so, you know, I haven't heard anything that surprised me in terms of public nuisance and, you know, all of that type of stuff on this call at all.
Thank you. You also talked about McDonald's with their community engagement. I think you described it as a bit of a tick box. Would you mind just elaborating a little bit on that community engagement and sort of what's happened and how the community has been engaged?
Yes. So I all of the McDonald's sent a email to the licensing team that was distributed last week, you know, stating that you know, all objectors had you know, were invited for a cup of tea and a chat with the applicant on Monday, which is a bank holiday. This notice was given by the applicant at very late notice because it was circulated near the end of last week, and you know, I feel like that's just a tick box exercise because, you know, a lot of residents had made plans of how they're going to spend their bank holiday weekend. It may be too late for them to have changed it. And, you know, it's only, this community engagement has only arisen since they've submitted a licensing application at first, which was for 24 hours. And then on the advice of the police, you know, what was reduced to suitable hours, or what they feel is suitable hours. That community engagement hasn't happened before this application. It hasn't happened in the 3 years that I've been a councillor. And also, you know, McDonald's has been identified as the crime spot, by the #1 crime spot in you know, hotspot for crime in Fulham Green, by the police. So yeah, that's why I'm saying that the community engagement is just I feel it's just a tick box exercise.
Thank you very much. Chair, would you mind if I just directed something really similar to Leo?
Yes, please proceed.
On that sort of same matter. Leo, you talked about McDonald's having the highest operational standards and practices. Is consultation and kind of meaningful consultation with residents like a practice in McDonald's? Is it unusual? Would it normally have been earlier? What are the highest operational standards and practices as regards to consulting with residents, please?
Mum, we always engage, and we typically find that people don't want to engage when an application is put in. As I said, I don't really understand why not, but it's a common factor. So what we try and do is engage with the responsible authorities. You know, I mean, the fact that we engage with your environmental team and are part of your, you know, toilet scheme, accessibility schemes, we're not afraid of getting responsible authorities in. The gentleman that made representations about the extractor fan, he's been into the store on multiple times. He has our number, he has our email, so he's been able to contact us. So I don't understand why your councillor colleague hasn't. And we are going to be checking our emails again, and certainly Avril and Abel haven't had those emails. We do the litter picks. I mean, we sponsor your local Christmas tree. You know, we host defibrillators. We provide a base for the ambulance service. In some parts of the borough and of London, we provide the base for the street pastors. We sponsor football teams. It's just, it's part of the ethos for us to get in touch with the local community. And you can think about it in a really cynical way, but when you operate a quick service restaurant like McDonald's, you know, people aren't going to drive to this McDonald's. They're going to walk from the surrounding area. You know, they're not going to order a delivery from the sort of McDonald's in the West End. They're going to order a delivery for us. So even if you want to think about it in pure commercial terms, we want to be good neighbours because our neighbours are our customers. So we fully believe in community engagement, which is why we've suggested the condition. We said it every 6 months, but come every 3 months. All the local councillors are welcome. All the local residents groups are welcome. We will provide minutes afterwards. And I can tell you this, that in the first few times, people will turn up. And then after that, people will be twiddling their thumbs because once they get to know us, they know that we're responsible. As for the invitation for coffee on Monday, we sent the email on Tuesday to Mike Tucker in your licensing service, and I don't think he forwarded it because we don't have the contact details. Back in the day, we used to get everyone's emails and contact details and addresses, and so we used to write to them individually, but we don't get that now because of data protection, and even the names of people are, are redacted. So Mike didn't send those out until Friday. So of course people had made their bank holiday plans, but we were there and we were available.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep asking you a couple of questions here. In the conditions that the police came back with, were a couple of things, and I just really like your view on why they have added these conditions. Can you tell me the purpose of not opening the upstairs area? What can you tell me what the police are seeing as a threat there or a danger, and how not opening the upstairs area mitigates that?
So what we do in many of our stores is that we keep a view on the amount of, particularly during the nighttime economy, who's using it, what's happening nearby. Do you want to encourage people to sit and stay before moving on? Or do you want them to get their takeaway and move? So, for example, I dealt with an application in Winchester where the McDonald's was part of the dispersal route. And there it was worked out with our sound consultant that if you let people into the McDonald's to sit down, when they left, the noise levels were lower, because it did a number of things. One, it adjusted your hearing. So having left the nightclub, your voice wasn't as loud. Secondly, it gave them a little bit of a pause, had something to eat, and they generally left more restful. So in that case, what we were doing was dispersal was taking perhaps longer, but it was actually safer. So some areas want us to disperse quicker. What we prefer is the flexibility to make those decisions ourselves on a risk assessed basis. So for example, in this area, we know that when football matches or concerts or events such as bank holiday are happening, we want to keep a watch on what's happening on the ground floor and the upstairs. Do we want it to be seated only? Do we want it to just be walk up and walk out? And so there's that flexibility. So as part of the discussion we were having with the police, we said, this is something we do. And so they requested that we just close. So what we're doing is we're having a more focused operation during this this time period, and if we find that that's a problem and we want more seating, we will apply to you. So that's the reason for that. I think it just reflects our ongoing risk assessment. In terms of switching Wi-Fi off, it discourages people from hanging about. So if you can't use the free Wi-Fi and you're one of these groups that the local residents and others don't like and are suspicious of, then not having free Wi-Fi will encourage you to move on. It'll also discourage people from being outside the premises because then they're not just accessing the Wi-Fi. So these are all built on experience. As I say, a small part of me dies every time I mention classical music, but we've also worked out that if you sort of take away generic pop and play some generic classical music, that also turns people off and moves them along. We're well known for not allowing open containers of alcohol on the premises. So it just reflects our experience. It's a very dynamic, risk assessed situation. And I think that's why the police wanted them wanted them there. The thing that they particularly insisted on was what I say is the biggest compliment to us, which is for us to adopt and be part of your local safe haven scheme.
Thank you. What you described, Leo, is this really well-run, responsible, good neighbour who's collecting litter, providing a safe refuge, working with the local community. But we've heard from so very many residents with a very different lived experience. You described it as just wrong, that their lived experience of being near this particular McDonald's was just wrong. What do you think is influencing these residents to have such a different view of McDonald's than you have, or this particular McDonald's? I mean, you did talk about this particular owner franchisee being coming from the heart of McDonald's, being, having this whole innovation, like leading with body cam, this kind of thing. Why do you think it's so very different? Why do you think the lived experience of residents is so very different?
Well, let me just start specifically by looking at Councillor Campbell-Simon. His evidence to you went from being the number one cause to a prominent cause in answer to your question. He went from being his inbox being mainly about McDonald's to 40% about McDonald's. He went from McDonald's being the sole problem to about being sandwiched between two fast food takeaways. And so what you can see with just that snippet, the way in which his anxieties, his legitimate concerns to represent local residents and his constituents have been, and as I say this with a degree of humility and irony, being a barrister, the rhetoric doesn't match the evidence, and I appreciate that he's doing that in the interests of his local residents and his job. So I ask my clients, well, has he ever emailed you? As far as we can tell, no. If there is such a litany of crime and disorder concerns, where is the intervention? If there is such a litany of nuisance and disorder, where is the intervention? And this is why it seems to me that what is happening here, and happens with other applications I deal with, is that when I ask to drill down into the specifics, there's a great deal of passion, but there is little reliable evidence. And the real question ought to be, can this operator be a partner in what is described as a difficult area? Can they be a partner to reducing crime and disorder if it is at that extent? And that's why I say the answer is yes. And I'm not trying to belittle the experience of local residents. I'm quite certain that there is problems around traffic and road use. We wouldn't have a litter policy if we didn't hate litter being thrown in the streets. I'm not saying it's not there, but getting the opportunity to engage in this process, and I'm probably straying on my sort of territory as an amateur psychologist here, is maybe just the opportunity to engage with a council in this way. I mean, you probably know from your own experience, councillor, that in a planning committee, they'd have less than a minute to speak. Whereas in a licensing committee, we can be here all night answering questions. So the evidence doesn't match the passion. And so it seems to me that needs to be tempered a little bit with that approach.
Thank you. Leo, I am a little worried about this kind of question about evidence, though. And you were sort of saying that you needed some kind of empiric evidence of kind of nuisance. And I don't know if Eleanor Fines is still on at the meeting. Eleanor, thank you. Eleanor, you were talking about, I think I've written down here 35 calls to the let team and 10 999 calls. Could you tell me a little bit more about those? Without having kind of evidence from anywhere else, I'd just like to hear a little bit more about your experience of reporting public nuisance.
Yeah, as Matt alluded to as well, Matt Lowen, who's also on the call a bit earlier, between the two of us, we live next to each other. It has been pretty horrendous, particularly for the last year. It's just got worse and worse. It has gone from basically I have to email Let on a Thursday, Friday night to now we've got to the point where when you've got 20 youths sitting on your front doorsteps within your gate, kicking on the door, throwing things at your windows that look, it happens to be McDonald's rubbish. It's really intimidating. You know, we are two females in this household. Neither of us have anything against McDonald's. It's not about McDonald's, it's about the pull that it has. So people tend to congregate there and then walk down Haldane Road, and then they start abusing people on this street. I work quite often, quite late hours. I actually now will not walk home on my own. I will get a taxi to my front door because I don't like walking past the McDonald's. I wish with all my heart that McDonald's had engaged before they put this license application in, but they did not engage with anybody on Haldane Road. But I cannot strongly urge you to consider, you know, the thought of if it was your road and you had to call the police 10 times in the space of 8 months, how that would feel. But 35 times in a year to have to email the Let team and feel constantly in danger and in stress is horrific. I cannot tell you that this is a here and now problem, and I don't see how giving a later license to McDonald's is going to assist. It's only going to make it worse.
Eleanor, can I ask you, are you at all reassured by their commitment to being a safe haven?
No, I'm not, because this is a here and now problem. The problem is already there. This is only going to make it worse. You know, it's all very well for them to say, you know, the golden arches, the nice bright light at the end of the street. I live at the opposite end of the street to McDonald's. Are they going to walk me home at night when I'm coming back from work? Because I don't think they are. They shouldn't have to be wearing body cams. Why haven't we got any CCTV down Haldane Road? And what does that do to our GDPR rights? And why should we have to put up with this? You know, I have lived here, it's my birthday on Sunday. I've lived here for near on 42 years since the moment I was born. And I can honestly tell you that in the last 5 years, McDonald's have let every single resident in this street down, and no, they haven't engaged. So to say that, to belittle the representations you've heard from residents tonight, we don't stand for, you know, any sort of crime or disorder, and we would work with them, but they haven't engaged with us at all. And I do not feel that I'm going to feel protected by anything that they've said tonight. They haven't engaged with us.
Thank you very much. Chair, let me pass back to you. I have more questions, but I feel like I'm hogging this.
Sure. Councillor Stanton, do you have any questions you wish to ask at this time, or are you happy for me to proceed?
I have just one question, Chair, if I may.
Yeah, please proceed.
And I think it is to Adrian Overton. Thank you, everybody who has spoken so far. This will be a very brief question, and thank you, Councillor Daly, also for asking the questions I was going to ask. It is most helpful. Adrian, just really to aid the committee and perhaps to give some insight to the residents on the call, can you just define what is meant under the Act by the prevention of public nuisance?
So yeah, that would be any nuisance caused by a licensed premises. So whether that's and that's where that would be primarily nuisance from licensable activities carried out at the premises. So in this case, it could be noise from customers coming and going from the premises, noise from deliveries, you know, being collected from the premises and being delivered to residents' homes. So it does depend on the licensable activities being carried out, and it would differ. Obviously, if you had live music, there would be a different type of public nuisance. But in essence, for late night refreshment, that's what it would be.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Chair, that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Stanton. I do have a question for Leo on behalf of the applicant. You describe your premises as a safe haven during those late hours. Can you clarify your policy on serving hot food to customers who are clearly intoxicated? You did mention people coming up from nightclubs, and how you balance that with your obligations to prevent disorders and general public safety.
Well, it's about recognizing that there's a balance. So in respect of Adrian's answer around public nuisance, you do have an answer to what is public nuisance, and it's found in the Section 182 guidance at paragraphs 2.21 through to 2.27. And it recognises that, as well as responsible premises, individuals who engage in personal responsibility, have a personal responsibility in their own right not to engage in antisocial behaviour. And once they leave a premises, it is no longer the responsibility of the premises. So the fact that certain people use McDonald's or any facility and decide to walk far down the road, sit on a wall and litter cannot be put at the door of McDonald's, and that's explicitly set out in paragraph 2.27. And that's why I started today's hearing with a reference to chapter 14.13, which is that, licensing isn't the whole answer. And if you are all looking for a holistic answer to the problems that are evident in your area, then you are using the licensing system wrongly, because you're making McDonald's responsible for things which at law it cannot be held to be responsible for. What your examination ought to be focused on is whether it's doing as much as it could to prevent contributing to crime and disorder. And I'm really keen to hear what suggestions people might have. Realistic suggestions, not the fanciful suggestions of Mr. Phillips, who says, oh, well, pay for multiple lawyers to attend meetings. I'm not sure that is a useful contribution. So in terms of the vulnerabilities of people, it is the police that have asked us to be a safe haven, in much the same way that you, as your local authority, have directly asked us and offered us money to open our premises to the public throughout the times we are open in order to provide accessible toilets. So, you both trust us to do this. You trust us to be able, through our training, to see who's likely to cause conflict, who might be vulnerable because of drink or other issues, who might need to be separated to provide a safe haven. So, for example, we have the upstairs would be locked. In the unlikely event, and we've never had anything like this, past 11 o'clock, that there is a fracas or a melee, we're able to use our premises, our SIA and our conflict trained managers to address that. But there just hasn't been. What you are looking at is wider issues for which McDonald's cannot be responsible for. And as we've already heard, it may well be that it's other licensed premises or other unlicensed premises that are contributing to the problem. So having a late night venue open with SIA, with cameras, with training as a haven, I'm going to suggest could positively benefit the nighttime economy rather than have the negative impact that is the assumption that has been taken by many in the hearing today.
Certainly. I'm curious about, obviously, as you mentioned, the training that you provide, not you necessarily, but the applicant provides to its staff. Could you elaborate a bit more, just in terms of both in terms of onboarding, but also in the refreshing of that training? How periodic is that? If you have that to hand.
Well, it may be useful for you to hear from the director of SMASH, because he's actually, in fact, I've been invited many times to go into the kitchen and fry chips, and so far I've said no. Maybe I should do that to have a better understanding. But Abel's here, and he's able to speak. So he has been trained from shop floor through to corporate director, and now as franchisee, and is responsible for all the training that he gives to his staff from onboarding and refresher. So I'm hoping, I know he's still online. Abel, could you answer that question, please?
I can, and thank you, Leo, and thank you, Chair, for asking the question, and thank you firstly to all the residents that have taken the time to share their views. I hear you loud and clear on a few of the issues that you've raised, and I'm committed following today's hearing, regardless of the outcome, to engage better and more thoroughly to further address some of the concerns raised today. I'm as keen as everybody to ensure that Fulham is a fantastic place for all the residents, the visitors, and the staff that I employ there. To address the specific questions about the training, there's a very robust training program from the individuals that first initially start with us, with conflict resolution training, food safety training, advanced communications training. And as they progress through the ranks and then take on the abilities to lead a shift within one of our restaurants, there is a further 12-week training program, both held within our organization, but also supported externally by nationally accredited companies such as Mabo. Pulse do a first aid training course that lasts 5 days. This is an advanced first aid program to assist all our shift leaders in dealing with urgent first aid issues that may come up. Mabo, as I have addressed, do a full comprehensive session with all our shift leaders and crew trainers and above to make sure that they are fully trained and well set up and confident to deal with issues as and when they arise. We have an external company that attends to pass on advanced communication skills with all our shift leaders to help address and diffuse could look to escalate. And this is just a bit of a snapshot of some of the training that takes place first initially, and then as a refresher. As you would expect from a responsible employer, the welfare and the well-being of my staff is critical. So significant training takes place regularly at scheduled intervals, both that ensure that they are adhering new procedures, new guidelines. We regularly address, following the risk assessments that Leo has covered, we regularly review and retrain our teams on the correct procedures. So yeah, a fairly robust and thorough training program, which without wanting to blow the trumpet for McDonald's, is very much well known for the rigor and the thoroughness in which we train our people, and that's why they are so highly regarded across the quick service industry.
Thank you, Abel. So it's just two follow-up questions to that. Firstly, obviously you mentioned crew leads and above receiving the training. Apologies, I don't quite know the structure of your particular kitchens, but would that apply to, for want of a better expression, the front of house, those working the tills, or are they an interchangeable term there?
Chair, they apply to every single person that I employ, regardless from the first day that they, even before they get onto our shop floor, so to speak, they receive antisocial training, they receive safe, respectful, inclusive workplace training, they receive additional training on food safety to make sure that even before they set foot in one of our restaurants, they have a real basic and solid understanding of what is required. So when Leo references the fact that McDonald's is a trusted operator within the quick service industry, that is part of our foundation of setting our staff up for success on day one, so that when they enter the shop floor, they are set up to succeed and to deliver a fantastic customer experience.
Thank you. The second question I had is just, obviously there's two kind of notable provisions that are kind of notable in this application. One is obviously talking about cutting the Wi-Fi off, and also the playing of classical music. If I understand it correctly, you currently operate 14 premises inclusive of this one. Could you let me know, is this something that you've tried and tested in other premises that you are responsible for yourself?
So I think, Chair, I think you may have gone through several locations in London, notably some tube stations and some other public areas where the same tactic is deployed by other bodies to try to diffuse and sort of help, as Leo put, just settle people down once they've had a good night out. And these are just measures that we've adopted that other brands, other companies use, and these are tried and tested elsewhere. And based on discussions with the police, these were things that based on those conversations that we both agreed would be beneficial to have in place.
I just want to be clear on this point. Obviously, you say it's something that's used by other businesses and organizations, but specifically for yourself, because I just want to be clear, is this something that you already use at some of your other stores that you manage?
Apologies. Yes, is the answer.
Okay, so just wanted to understand if this is a method that you'd used and found effective in other premises that you manage.
Sorry, yes, apologies, Chair. Yes, it is something that we use. We have some robust systems in place where we can schedule the Wi-Fi to go off at specific times of the day. So it does not need any manager interaction during that period of time. We can set it for Monday to Friday, 4 till midnight, or whatever time we want for that to toggle on, toggle off. As needed. We also set the music directly with the supplier. So again, there's no intervention. It's all automated. It's all done centrally by our partners based on the timeframes, the music styles, and everything else that we would need. So again, a very robust system that's not reliant on management intervention at any point in time for it to trigger on. It's all automated.
And
thank you, Abel.
Helps. Sorry, the use of classical music to deter antisocial behaviour, as far as I've been able to research, seems to have originated with Belfast City Council, who discovered that playing classical music in open spaces deterred street drinking and vagrants. And so that's where that was initially trialled.
Thank you. Good to know. Councillor Daly, I can see you've got your hand up.
Thanks, Chair. If I can ask just one question of Abel there. Abel, we heard from a few different sources. Let me see. We heard from Sarah Chambers, the chair of Walham Green Ward Panel. We heard from Ben Coleman's representative. We've heard from Lydia Painter, from John, Councillor Lydia Painter, apologies, from John Scalding, that where you're operating on North End Road is the kind of this sort of ground zero for quite a lot of crime, a real hotspot for things like drug dealing, for violent and sexual offences, being, I think I'm quoting John here, as being significantly higher than the national average. Can you tell me, how do you keep your staff safe when they are leaving your establishment at 11 o'clock at night, at 12 o'clock at night, and proposing at 3 o'clock in the morning? How are you keeping your own staff safe in that situation, please?
So, Councillor Daly, thank you for the question. I think I need to start off by saying that a lot of the points raised this evening have not been shared with me. So when I met Member of Parliament Ben Coleman, he did not raise these issues with me. I've spoken several times with John Scalding. We've had numerous conversations. The main issue that we've tried to address with him has been some plant noise, which as Leo has already noted, is still a little bit ongoing. We will get to the bottom of it. The other issues that have been shared today, although incredibly disheartening to hear, have not found themselves to me. So it's hard for me to comment on those issues when I was not aware of those or the severity in which they've been outlined today. What I can tell you about, one of the things that I am passionate about is the welfare of my staff, and part of the reason why we are pursuing this late night application is exactly to the point that you've just said, Councillor Daly. It's around the importance of making sure that as my staff members finish at 1, 2 or 3 in the morning, that in itself creates a challenge from a transport point of view for them to get home safely. So whilst I can, of course, ensure that their welfare and their well-being is very well looked after when they're in the restaurant, once they do set off and embark on their journey home, they are then seeking transport, which may create issues for them. So this is part of the reason why providing that segue from the current closing times that we have to a later closing times means that those individuals can now stay in the restaurant and help facilitate the close of a trading day and help facilitate the restart for another trading day. So hopefully those issues that you just highlighted will be mitigated by having the staff in the restaurant, because they will be needed to close and reset the restaurant for the following day's trade. So, but a very good point that you raised about their welfare having to finish such at late hour in the night. And one of the reasons we're willing to stay open is to facilitate them remaining in the restaurant.
Okay, so it's for going for 24-hour opening would be safer for your staff because they wouldn't need to leave overnight when there's so many issues. Thank you.
We don't accept that there are issues.
Oh,
so in terms of the hotspot,
okay.
It's a statistical exercise.
Ah.
Statistical exercise that includes data such as deprivation, such as vulnerabilities and so on. And I've chosen not to challenge it because your expert isn't here to explain the data behind it. But we don't necessarily expect that data, and we would seek to critically analyze it. Paragraph 9.12 of the Section 182 guidance tells you that just because the police say there's crime and disorder, or indeed anyone, it must be subject to scrutiny. So just to accept it because someone has said it is bad practice. So we've had no issues of sexual assault, crime, disorder, or concerns about our staff. Abel has also said that even with these hours, we're able to keep them and arrange for proper transportation for them. But staff safety, as well as our environmental concerns, are actually two of the key drivers behind going for a 24-hour operation. But please don't leave with the impression that we accept that conclusion, because we don't. And as you well know, there are many, many means by which to examine statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair, no more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. I just had one final question for myself, just in regards to the use of the SIA. Obviously, the plan would be to have one on staff. Given, as it's been mentioned this evening from a number of residents, typically a reference to groups of individuals, are you confident that one SIA would be sufficient to be on duty at those later hours?
So we are, but I will say this, that we keep things under risk assessment. So if there was a particularly difficult football match during the day, then we would risk assess that and have more as is needed. And if you recall, when I was talking about the body-worn cameras, I mentioned as part of this pilot, we have 6 for our staff and 2 for SIA if needed. So we're not averse to bringing in SIA if and when they're needed. And in fact, if it would provide you and your colleagues confidence, we often agree to SIA conditions. We have them on site. They're completely independent for us. And then typically within 6 to 9 months, we have to go back to the local authority and say, these people are doing nothing. We want to remove the condition. So if you and the local residents will be comforted, we're quite happy to pilot and report back in 6 to 9 months' time what the impact of having 2 SIAs operating until 3 a.m. Will be. It would be a very sound and somewhat neutral way of obtaining further evidence if it's needed. So I'm happy to offer that to you if you think it would alleviate some concerns.
Well, I say thank you for obviously raising particularly the matter of the football grounds. Obviously, it's no secret that the location of this establishment is quite close to the Chelsea football ground, so it would be to be expected, obviously, that there will be certain event days. And obviously, as you mentioned about risk assessments, let's say in anticipation of a potential granting of this extension, would you or have you undertaken a risk assessment for event days in Fulham at this, and what would that look like in terms of that kind of security provision?
So typically your matches are during the day. The latest they finish, I think, is at 9 p.m. So many hours before late night refreshment. So by the time we operate licensable activities, we don't need them. But during match days, when we operate just like any other unlicensed premises, we will risk assess and more often than not engage with the police, but also have 2 SIAs. So that might be an example of where the police will say to us, don't open upstairs, do only football, do only takeaways, or they'll encourage us to do seating in order to deal with knots of people. So this is just an example of how we risk assess and operate and react to. So typically we have 2.
So I say right now, as you say, if football matches end at 9 p.m. at present, if there were to be an event day, your normal practice would be to have 2 SIAs or however many recommended by the police on site for event days. Is that correct?
So on an event day, if we were to, we would have, we risk assess 2, and typically yes. If it were to run into the late night economy and we were also having licensable activities, so I represent premises where there are festivals, so a music festival, for example. So some of the McDonald's there, where you've got a music festival, Lambeth, because it's on my radar, and people are dispersing, then there are multiple SIAs because we recognise it's a useful way of marshalling people. So yeah, we do that as a matter of course, both by this franchisee and across the McDonald's estate nationally.
Okay, thank you. There's no further questions from myself. Councillor Daly, Councillor Stanton, is there any final questions that you have?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, in that case, we move to summing up. So please can participants briefly sum up, so starting with, please can the participants sum up as briefly as possible in the following order, starting with Adrian as the licensing officer. Is there anything further you wish to add?
Thank you, Chair. No, just a very quick point from earlier on this evening. I think it was mentioned that the premises would have previously been located in the Fulham Broadway cumulative impact zone when we had such a thing. I've just checked on our system, and I think even then, when we did have a Fulham Broadway cumulative impact area, it would have just been north of that, so it wouldn't have been quite within that CIP area. So just to make that point, and I think there was another point as well about a representation that was withdrawn, and there was some question mark over whether a representation was withdrawn. I know it's not a major point considering the number of representations, but that is correct. There was one representation from a resident that was withdrawn, but yeah, no other points from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. So next, move to Jeremy. Jeremy, you do have 57 minutes to sum up, but brevity would be appreciated, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Again, I won't need anything like that time. I'll start off briefly by echoing really Mr. Tranamini's opening remarks, where he said, representing McDonald's, international operator, it's often a mystery to him why there are so many objections with such a totemic business. And I think, with respect to him, he only really needs to ask himself the question, why are there so many objections? Why would people object unless it was not genuinely having a massive impact on people's lives? As nobody's saying that daytime operation, on a retail estate, a high street, alongside other cafes and so forth, you know, a useful facility. But where they're seeking a late night, early hours operation here, right in the heart of a residential area, it's something entirely different. There's just 2 points of law that I want to correct him on, if I may, or disagree with him, and it's a matter for the committee. No doubt you'll take advice. We've got access to legal advice. And this is important. He suggests I'm wrong in law in saying that the committee can reduce the license on variation if it so chooses. And he refers to section 35(5)(a) of the Act. I'll just go to that quickly. And he quoted it, saying, in this section, the relevant representations mean representations which are about the likely effect of the grant of the application of the promotion. So he's absolutely right. Of course, if you're objecting, you can't raise an objection and say, I'm going to ignore what they've applied for. I want something different. I effectively want a review of the license. I want cut back. That would not be a valid representation. But that subsection refers solely to the representations that can be made. Your decision is dealt with elsewhere. It's dealt with in section 35(4), which says effectively that literally, that the steps you can take in your decision are A, to modify the conditions of the license, or B, to reject the whole or part of the application. Now, the application for variation is effectively, and in practice, to modify the conditions of the license. McDonald's say our conditions entitle us to open till midnight, 7 days a week. So that's the extra hour between 11 o'clock when we're allowed to by law anyway, and midnight. And we want to modify those conditions to open later up to 1 o'clock, 5 days a week, and then to 3 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays. That's the modification to the conditions that they seek. And in your decision, you can modify the conditions of the license. It doesn't say that they have to be favorable to the applicant. It doesn't say it can't be any less than the applicant has sought. You can just modify the conditions in any way you want. So to suggest that you don't have that legal power with respect is wholly wrong. Now, the reason specifically that you can do so here is because of the mountains of evidence that you have before you, initiated absolutely by the applicant lodging this foolish application to extend the license. But that has released a wave of public concern, protest, anxiety, and yes, anger in some quarters about the effect of it, and not just about the effect of it, but about the situation that we have at the moment. And to illustrate the point, Charlie Meades refers to the decision of Thwaites. If you have legal advice on hand, it's actually, decision of Thwaites is actually, I mean, it's cited in many places in Patterson's, but it's most conveniently summarized, happens to be page 694 of this year's edition, 2025 edition. It's also in the online version of Patterson's, which is, you know, the authority for licensing law. And if I can just read out to you the full reference of the case, I'll just go to it quickly where I had it on my screen, if I may. Just pull that up. Yeah. What the entry in Patterson's Licensing Act says is, it's important that the court, and this was on a licensing appeal, that the court, like the licensing authority below, should base its decision upon the evidence, and that's italicized in the note, adduced before it, rather than upon its own untested opinions on the issues that it may consider are raised by the case. And it then cites Thwaites, which is Crown on the application of Daniel Thwaites PLC versus Wirral Borough Council Magistrates Court, and the legal citation is 2008 EWHC 838 admin for the Administrative Court, and it's also reported elsewhere. And the note says it concerned an application by the High Court by the owner of the Soho Hotel against the decision of Wirral Borough Council, Magistrates Court rather, which had allowed an appeal by the Soho Massey Conservation Society against the decision by Wirral MBC as the licensing authority, agreeing to vary and extend the hours of operation of the hotel. In her judgment, Mrs. Justice Black was critical of the manner in which the justices had determined the case, saying, and it then goes on to quote what she said. Now, just pause there briefly, just for a bit of context, which is important. The case was decided in 2008. That was just 3 years after the 2003 Act came into force, which was August 2005. And you and your colleagues will know that magistrates had had jurisdiction for licensing for 450 years previously. So there were some courts which felt a little bit aggrieved, I can certainly recall, at losing that jurisdiction and might have been inclined at that time to overstep the mark and interpose their own views. But what Mrs. Justice Black said in quashing the magistrate's decision was, it would be wrong in my judgment to say that the magistrates failed to take account of the licensing objectives. At the outset of their reasons, they correctly identified those which were relevant. Similarly, as the interested party submits, whilst they didn't articulate that the curtailment of the hour sought was necessary to promote the objectives, it's implied in their decision that they did take this view. And it can also be inferred from their comment that because of the concept of migration, public nuisance and crime disorder would be an inevitable consequence of leaving the hours as granted by the local authority. However, and this is the important bit, in my view, their approach to what was necessary was coloured by a failure to take proper account of the changed approach to licensing introduced by the Act. So that's the change approach to licensing with the 2003 Act. Had they had proper regard to the Act and the guidance, they would have approached the matter with a greater reluctance to impose regulation and would have looked for real evidence that it was required in the circumstances of the case. I'll just repeat that if I may, because it's important, and would have looked for real evidence that it was required in the circumstances of the case. Their conclusion that it was so required on the basis of a risk of migration from other premises in the vicinity was not one to which a properly directed bench could have come. The fact that the police did not oppose the hours sought on the spaces should have weighed very heavily with them, whereas in fact they appeared to have dismissed the police view because it did not agree with their own. And then the note ends, that's the quote from the case, quashing the justice's decision, the judge held that they had proceeded without proper evidence and given, this is quotation marks, their own views excessive weight, and their resulting decision limited the hours of operation of the premises without it having been established that it was necessary to do so to promote the licensing objectives. So that was magistrates in the Thwaites case, which Mr. Charalambidis cited, going off on a, sometimes called in law, a frolic of their own, because they had their own views irrespective of the evidence. The present case is totally different because all the evidence, and I don't exclude McDonald's from this, and I'll come to that in a moment when I talk about Mr. Charalambidis' submissions, but all the evidence has come from the residents here, the residents, from the associations, from the MP, from the people living and experiencing it. And so Thwaites is a perfect authority for demonstrating how either a court or a licensing authority may properly make a decision, provided it ties in the licensing objectives which the evidence which it hears. just moving on then. Generally, in his submissions for the applicant, Leo has carefully failed to address in detail the objections which are raised by the hundreds, literally, of residents and their representatives representing many hundreds, if not thousands more. He's chosen instead to take points of law, which with respect to suggest is wrong, and I'll come on to another error he's made in another point of law in a moment, to rely on, place weight on McDonald's international reputation. He talked about the life story of this franchisee. He's talked about operating schedules, conditions, toilets, 5-star food hygiene, defibrillators. He said that the premises have the ringing endorsement of your officers. It's completely untrue. It doesn't have the ringing endorsement. The fact is that it has no objections. They've stayed out of it because they're not the people who are living the experience of being next door or backing onto these premises 24/7, whether they're open or whether they're preparing food or whatever. And it's not ultimately, in a case like this, it's not down to officers to come up with the evidence. They can do if they wish. They can reserve their position, stay out of it and say, well, look, I'll leave it to the committee. Residents, if the residents have got a case, put the evidence in. If McDonald's has got a case, put the evidence in, and the committee will decide it on the balance of the evidence. To say there's a ringing endorsement is utterly untrue. There's no ringing endorsement from any responsible authority. In fact, there's everything but, because what McDonald's are seeking to do is, again, without overemphasizing it, add an extra 11 nighttime hours a week in the early hours of the morning to premises which are already causing, from every resident from whom you've heard, a horrendous problem. Now, I mentioned there's another point of law which I'll just touch on briefly, where Leo relies on Section 182 guidance, which says quite correctly, Licensing Act isn't a panacea for every problem in society, for every fault with premises. There are planning laws, there are statutory nuisance laws, equality laws, all sorts of different laws and regulations, some of which are exercised by the council, some not. That's absolutely right. But that is not to say that the licensing authority can't or shouldn't have regard to additional impacts which are created as a consequence of a decision that they're invited to make. And the decision that they're invited to make is, we want to trade longer hours, we want to trade in earlier hours of the morning, when, as we all know, and you don't need evidence on this, inevitably, if you're trading, operating at 2 or 3 on a Saturday morning or a Saturday into a Sunday morning, you're going to get far more people turning out of the pubs, behaving in an antisocial way. It's far more likely, and you don't need evidence from me or any other person to tell you, that you're going to get more litter as a consequence of that. It's wrong to say you can't take that into account in taking the view, if you do take the view, and it's a matter for you on the evidence and your own lived experience, having regard to that evidence, it's wrong, would be wrong to say you can't draw the conclusion, well, I've heard about the litter, I've seen the pictures of the litter, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But I'm not, Mr. Charalamidi says, I'm not allowed to take that into account because that can be dealt with by other statutory powers. That's completely wrong. And the authority for that is another well-known licensing case of Buzz Bars. And again, I'll go to the authority just if anyone has, and I hope they do, because I edit Patterson's, and Leo is also a contributor to it. So we're all using the same book here. But an authority which touches on this point of problems created by licensed premises away from licensed premises is a case of Luminar Leisure and Wakefield Magistrates Court. Citation is 2008 EWHC 1002 admin. It's on page 345 of Patterson's, footnote 12 to section 18. And reading that very briefly, that was basically a case where Luminar were looking to open a nightclub earlier in the morning, and there was a suggestion it would create problems in the Wakefield city centre, further away from the property. And an appeal went to the administrative court, where it was argued on behalf of Luminar, look, it's not right to hold us, exactly as Mr. Charalambidis is seeking to argue here tonight, it's not right to hold us responsible for problems away from the premises. So just reading the footnote there very quickly, Luminar operated a nightclub called Buzz Bar in the city of Wakefield with a licensed capacity of 1,380 persons. District Council granted new process license with an increased capacity of 2,000. Operators of rival venues appealed to Magistrates Court. District Judge allowed their appeal because of the effect which the increase in the number of people attending such a venue in Westgate would have generally on crime and disorder in the area. Again, similar to here, where it said additional hours would create more litter. Luminar appealed by case stated against the decision. The questions posed in the case stated were, the first question was whether it was open to the court to take into account evidence of crime and disorder in areas which were beyond Luminar's control. And just going to the point there, as regards to the first question, on the basis that the weight to be attached to factors such as these was a matter for the decision maker, so district judge in that case, you as the licensing authority in this case, Mr. Justice Ousley answered the first question, yes. In other words, the decision maker was entitled to take such matters into account. It's all about the evidence. It's all about the evidence. And I'll look to conclude very quickly here now. The evidence before you, as I said at the outset, is overwhelming. Look at the map. It's on page 43 from memory of the agenda. Look at the density of housing all around these premises. Look at the supplementary agenda. Look at the pictures that you see, and I think they were lodged today. As they say, a picture tells 1,000 words. I mean, they really are impactful. The supplementary agenda C, pages 3 and 4, page 10, pages 47 to 54. They show what it's like having these premises in Haldane Road. A very good point made by residents, which was acknowledged and conceded by McDonald's themselves when they were engaged in discussions with the police about attempting to control the moped delivery drivers and the bike riders who continually park on the double yellow lines, go the wrong way up the one-way street. The point is made that because of, and this is a feature of the modern economy, which is not isolated to takeaways, it's also very much a feature of private hire vehicles that you order on apps. The moped riders are not employed by McDonald's. Now, that's great from McDonald's point of view because it means it doesn't have the salary costs, it doesn't have to take holiday, it doesn't have the liability of permanently employing them according to pressure of business and so on. The downside from McDonald's point of view is it doesn't control them. It can't control them, as they have conceded to the police. And that is why they are going to continue, we all know, to put their vehicles on the double yellow lines, to block the street, to drive the wrong way up and so forth. Theo has the cheek, but he makes the point to the committee the evidence from the objectors doesn't match the passion. That is astonishing submission to make from the applicant here, who is the one who's not producing the evidence, who's not able to demonstrate that what it seeks will not have a massive impact. All the evidence, or the vast bulk of the evidence, specific evidence, is coming from the objectors, who are to an extent disinterested. If there was not a problem, you wouldn't get those representations. Obviously, we all know that McDonald's will have a substantial commercial interest. They will no doubt be paying for lawyers and all the rest of it, because they stand to make a substantial commercial gain if the application is granted. And there's no criticism at all for that. One assumes that's the case. That doesn't apply to the objectors. The objectors, I'm sure, could all be doing better things tonight, as could yourselves on the committee, determining this application. They've got no financial interest. They are here because they feel they need to be here because there is a real problem. So to say that the objectors' evidence doesn't match the passion is again somewhat ludicrous. I would say I wouldn't wish to mention by name any of the objectors, because they've all spoken very eloquently and very feelingly and tellingly about their lived experience, as was the phrase used, I think, of the situation as it exists at the moment. And I would simply ask the committee to consider that when it is determining the application to extend that by many hours throughout the week, and especially on the weekend. And I'd invite it to, well, take any one of the decisions that I've mentioned in my submissions. Best of all, to make the hours revert to those appropriate for a residential area, but if not, certainly to refuse the application. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Jeremy. The next resident or the next speaker I'm going to call on is sorry. So I'm going to call on local residents to speak next. So Tony, you've up to 3 minutes to sum up if you wish. Tony Boys.
Can you hear me now?
I can indeed, yes.
Thank heavens. Yes, no, to sum up, it's been fantastic. As Jeremy said, it represents the panic and the scared nature of all the people in the area, not just the idea that it would be extended, but how it is now. So actually, I do very much support him. You know, if you guys can roll the clock back, make life better, and show that, you know, you are people who are living up to the standards of the committee and helping to enforce making people's life safer, more tolerable, better human behaviour in their local neighbourhoods. So please bear those people in mind. You know, as Jeremy said, we haven't come here for fun. Nobody's paying us. We really, really care about the place that we live in. So yes, please do.
Thank you, Tony. Astrid, similarly, you have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I don't have much to say beyond what Jeremy has already expressed. I just need to tell you, no, I don't feel safe when I look at the lights in the middle of the night of McDonald's. It won't make me feel safer.
Astrid, please address any comments to the committee specifically. Comments should not be directed to any other member of the committee.
That's all I needed to say. I don't feel safe, and please consider those situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matt. Matt Lowen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate, to reaffirm, these are real life examples, real life threats and intimidation that we are all experience from the customers that unfortunately McDonald's in this location attracts week in, week out, and something needs to change. Thank you.
Next is Oliver?
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate exactly the same thing. The attempts to essentially discredit us this evening are astonishing. If anyone would like to come down to the road on any night of the week and see what's going on, is completely true. And all of the matters we've spoken about are completely relevant to the Licensing Act, which is different to how it's been proposed from McDonald's. So thanks all.
And thank you. Next is Simon Jones. Simon? Simon, you're on mute if you're intending to speak. Okay, I'm going to keep moving. Lucy, Lucy Taylor, if you wish to speak, again, you've similarly up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I don't need 3 minutes. Basically, I can't believe what was said about McDonald's being a safe haven. For me, my safe haven is my home. I don't really mind about loos or anything. And so please, all I'm saying is I reiterate everything everybody says, but so please, this should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Chloe and Greg.
Yeah, I think to sum up, I think echo a lot of what people have said. What's been said tonight is frankly insulting on some parts. You know, we've heard that residents' issues don't relate to the premises or it's conjecture from us. Well, we see patrons come out of McDonald's and delivery drivers engaging in crime, disorder and public nuisance. And I think extending the license will only make this worse and, you know, happen all throughout the night. The fact that we've also heard that McDonald's says it engages in a community engagement and wants to take on views of local residents. Well, in the 4 years we've lived here, and we have gone into McDonald's to make our complaints, to be clear as well, we've heard nothing from McDonald's and there's been complete radio silence from them since they applied for this license. I may be being slightly emotional here, but I'm begging you not to grant this license tonight. I'm begging you for my children who are woken up by people outside. Please really don't make the wrong decision for local residents this evening.
Thank you, Chloe. Next, I'm calling on Councillor Lydia Painter, and Councillor, you similarly have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the professional representations made on behalf of the licensee this evening, who's gone to great lengths to explain the operational side of McDonald's late night openings, at least as they should work on paper. We heard a lot about how McDonald's intends to operate. Their lawyer's job is to get licenses approved. My job as a councillor is to represent my residents. And I've heard a lot from them directly about how McDonald's actually operates under their current licence, and enough to believe that the application for extended opening hours should be rejected. First, drivers are causing a nuisance at best, criminal behaviour at worst. The so-called anxieties and shoveled-in concerns have been glossed over as venting, but the very real harassment of women and girls by the applicants, delivery drivers and customers is not something I can gloss over. As the council's lead member for women and girls, I argue that men, including the applicants' lawyers and perhaps council officers who have failed to recommend that the committee turn down this application, simply do not understand the sheer level of harassment that women and girls face every single day. Secondly, litter. Yes, the packaging is on paper recyclable, but once covered in sauce, screwed up and thrown in someone's front garden, it can't be recycled and it's still litter. The on-paper litter picking is nice in theory, but it doesn't solve the problem in practice. Thirdly, it's a hotspot for crime that's committed by McDonald's own customers. Again, the mitigating factors or conditions sound good on paper, but this premises is already a hub for crime, and the licensee has failed to stop it. We know that drug deals are taking place on their premises, spilling out onto the streets of our borough and harming our residents. Longer hours mean more cash for McDonald's, more business for drug dealers, but more pain for residents. Why will extra opening hours suddenly mean McDonald's can address any of these issues of public nuisance, litter, crime? I would argue it means more crime and disorder, more nuisance, and a greater danger to public safety. By engaging lawyers, I believe the applicant has hoodwinked licensing officers into believing that this vision upholds the licensing objectives. In fact, the opposite is already untrue. I am disappointed that council officers have not recommended that the application be rejected. This is a failure to our residents, who I am here to represent this committee. I implore the committee to remember that they too represent residents. They don't represent council officers, they don't represent delivery drivers, and they certainly don't represent McDonald's as a corporate operation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I call on Jasper Davis, speaking on behalf of Ben Coleman, MP. Jasper, similarly, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. On Ben's behalf, I would just like to reiterate the sentiments of what the residents have expressed this evening and echo what Ben Coleman put in his written statement objecting to the application as it stands. Residents are already having to cope with excessive noise, antisocial behaviour, rubbish on streets and in gardens, disruption from delivery drivers that are already using this branch. So extending the licensing hours to permit the branch to stay open all day and night long and into the early hours of the morning under this amended application would considerably increase the detriment to local residents and present further challenges to the local police and the council's law enforcement team. From what I've seen this evening and what I'll be feeding back to Ben is that the sentiment of residents has been expressed very clearly. It's been very strong. And I know that Ben would like to echo those thoughts and feelings. As residents tonight have made clear, despite what we've heard from McDonald this evening, we're still encouraging the licensing committee to object to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasper.
You're on mute, Patrick.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Jasper. I'm going to call on Sandra next. And Sandra, you have up to 9 minutes to speak. Sandra, are you still with us this evening?
Chair, I can't see Sandra in the meeting.
Okay, that's fine. In that case, we will move to Eleanor next. Eleanor, you have up to 6 minutes for any summations you wish to make.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if my video it is back now on. I beg the committee to consider the well-being of residents, given that there is already an antisocial behaviour and crime issue on Haldane Road, and particularly as a female. McDonald's extending their hours will only perpetuate the situation and extend it into the night. It feels wholly unsympathetic and unwarranted for the applicant to belittle residents' experiences as anxiety. What McDonald's don't seem to be appreciating is that residents are living with the here and now. We've heard a lot about what McDonald's intend to do internally about their customers, but not a lot about what they're going to do for us externally. When youths disperse from McDonald's with their food, shakes, and then torment us. This is an our problem, and I'm astounded and slightly insulted that my real crime numbers, 1099 calls, 35 emails to let in the last year have been downplayed to anxiety. I also ask how the committee would feel if it was their mother that was threatened with a knife by a youth eating them a McDonald's on their front steps within their boundary. McDonald's put this application in with no consultation with local residents. To give us 3 days notice on a Friday before a bank holiday Monday to invite residents to come and chat about this application is disingenuous. I cannot implore you as a committee enough to support the loyal local residents in having a peaceful, restful enjoyment of their homes. These are our homes, it's our mental health, our lives. McDonald's hours should be reduced, not bloody extended.
Thank you, Eleanor. I'm now going to call on Councillor Trey Campbell-Simon. Councillor Campbell-Simon, you've up to 3 minutes for any final summations you wish to make.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for holding this meeting tonight. I think I'm not going to say too much because I feel like the residents have fully addressed, the issues here. I would just like to mention a couple of points in that, regularly drivers idle outside McDonald's in the hope of getting orders from McDonald's. So how the delivery apps work is that the nearer you are to the restaurant, the more likely you are to get the job. And I know that from prior knowledge, but that's also been confirmed by numerous delivery drivers around McDonald's. And a big company like McDonald's, there's always going to be orders. I just wanted to pick up on something that the applicant's lawyer had stated, and he stated a number of times in his representation about that, his McDonald's were offered payment to open up toilet facilities. That's not, and I don't want to mislead, accidentally mislead the committee on that point. All reputable businesses, or businesses in the local area that have accessible toilets were offered that same incentive. So to individually act like to the committee that McDonald's were just singled out because they're such a well-run business, and they don't have any antisocial behaviour and crime and disorder and littering, that they were just picked out because they're such a well-run business is misleading the committee. The final point I'm going to make is that McDonald's, we've heard, are going to, all on this meeting, we've heard they're going to implement so many things to tackle the issues. Where was these things before? Where was the 6 monthly residents meetings, engagement meetings that's now being brought down to 3? Where was the additional bin, collection, or bins that they're promising now that they're going to implement? Where was any of these measures? Why were they not implemented beforehand? It's only because they have a licensing application. And can I just remind the committee, and finally, I'm just going to sign off on this, McDonald's applied for the original application for McDonald's was for a 24-hour license. They've then had to reduce it because the police were not comfortable with them operating 24 hours, and they've had to agree to the police's recommendation for timings. So what does that say? There must be some issues, and you can see by the amount of residents that are on this call tonight, when they clearly had better things to be doing with their evening at 11:15 at night, there is complaints. We've had hundreds of, just over 100 objections to this license, and I implore the committee, to reject this license out of hand, and even explore potential reduction in hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now hear from Sarah Chambers. Sarah, you have up to 6 minutes for any summations you wish to make.
Thank you, Councillor. I won't be 6 minutes. I think most points have already been covered. As many residents have just pointed out, and Mr. Phillips has pointed out, a lot of the defence of the McDonald's application, a lot of the points don't really stack up. Wi-Fi, turning off the Wi-Fi late at night, but most people have enough data on their package. Classical music doesn't really matter if you're wearing AirPods. A lot of the crux of their defence is everything that's happening within the McDonald's, but they're ignoring what happens immediately outside the premises. As people step outside, that is the impact on the whole entire neighbourhood. The applicant's barrister talks about the police statistics. He basically implies that they're irrelevant. I don't think that police statistics are irrelevant. that, you know, they're published on the Met website, and I actually have a list in front of me, a redacted list, anonymized list of all the crimes that have taken place in McDonald's in the last 9 months. That it's slightly disingenuous to say that there have been no crimes at the premises. I've got the list. They were given to me by Inspector Hayes. And, you know, just generally the belittling of residents' experiences, that there isn't enough evidence. I don't know what people expect. Do they expect the residents of Haldane Road and Tournay Road to be walking down their streets wearing body-worn video in order to record this, to upload this? I think that's thoroughly unreasonable, to be honest. And I think that that the committee should thoroughly reject the application and should in fact consider reducing the hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So next up I have John, and John, you have up to 30 minutes for your summations.
Thank you, Chair. As has been said before, a lot has been said that is very good, and I will try to avoid repetition. But I think there are some features of tonight which are really worth focusing on. One is the size and scale of objections, 166 or whatever it was objections, plus huge numbers represented by organisations. This is not the usual noise of local opposition. This is not some sort of emotional outpouring without any factual or empirical reference point. This is a 330 plus, I don't know the total number of pages, I'm going to put it closer to 400 pages in the agenda packs of detailed, immediate, real life experiences of real people. That is, I think, the evidence that everyone, and I'm sure the committee will have huge regard to. When you, I was part slightly amazed by the applicant's submission, because when you stand at the front door of McDonald's, you look straight ahead, you've got Halford, you look to your left, you've got Haldane, you look up to your, you're over your shoulder up, you've got 3 floors of residential properties, and then you walk 20 steps down the road and you've got Tournay. It is undeniably, inescapably residential, and the residential nature and the fact that it is relevant, that what happens away from the premises, to me seems inescapably linked and critical, and I didn't really hear that addressed at all. I got the impression from the legal representative that it's not our responsibility. We do everything we can on the site. We're very good at it. We're highest standards, ever improving, fantastic. But the second it's down the road, not our business. And by the way, do you know what? Times are changing, way more deliveries. It's just a sign of the times. It kind of felt, and apologies, this is slightly emotive language, but it felt, when you scratched away at the surface, a little bit superficial. And listening to Mr. Phillips, who I thought his summation was excellent, and we certainly fully supported, we just thought probably wasn't good enough. Yes, we heard about Abel's story. Well, you know, I'm sure there are plenty of people on this call who have got similar stories and started from somewhere and did well for themselves. That doesn't justify non-policy hours. We heard about defibrillators and toilets, and I think this is a point Mr. Phillips made extremely well. But we're talking about the 4 licensing objection: the prevention of harm to children, prevention of public nuisance, prevention of crime and disorder. Those things, all that nice stuff, the noise around it, you know, it doesn't go to those principal issues, and we have to focus on the 4 key objectives. I think at various points the representative said there were no crime, you know, concerns with crime and disorder. My jaw dropped when I think what he said was, you know, bad practice if you accept statistics. But they didn't offer any evidence to challenge the statistics. And Sarah Chambers has just quite rightly said what the source is and where it's available. And I don't see any challenge to the Metropolitan Police statistics. I don't see any challenge that says this is not the living reality today of what we face when we step outside our front doors. So I was worried by the fact that there was no reference. There was a lot of nice stuff, and it was, in some senses, great to hear. I am sceptical that it's relevant to the 4 licensing objectives. There was one moment of lightness. I think somebody said at some point that the McDonald's operates a sunrise to sunset policy, and I quickly checked. Sunset was at 21:04 tonight, and if you could close, for example, after 10 that would be great. And I'd quite like to align closing times to sunset, but I'm not sure that's quite what the applicant was getting at. And obviously, no one needs to be told that you don't get sunset after midnight, which is the hours that they are trying to achieve. The one thing I will take direct issue with, again, this is slightly under the applicant's umbrella of we can't control it. We talked about you're only notified of an order at certain points. No one sits around. Well, boy, oh boy, I'm sorry, on Tournai Road, they sit around. Shorrods Road, they sit around. Haldane Road, they sit around. Halford Road, they sit around day in, day out for more years than I can care to mention. And it's not that they are monastically quiet and studying for the Open University, okay? They're not. They're quite, they're tired, they're working really hard, okay? Their friends are there, they need to eat, they need to do all those other normal things, but they're happening on residential roads at very late at night, okay? And that is the thing that personally I think we should be guarding against. In one sense, to reject this application is not difficult. The nature of it is one, and the issues here is one that the committee has met before. I fully accept that no previous decision of the committee is binding on this committee. I think Mr. Phillips may have alluded to that. But in previous recent hearings, there are examples of the committee rejecting non-policy hours. It happened this year in Popeyes and Wendy's, it happened last year in Morley's, and the year before that in Papa John's. Now, again, I absolutely stress, there is no member of the committee who must look at those decisions and must bow down to them. That is not the process. Every case must be adjudged on its facts. But the committee has consistently and coherently dealt with non-policy hours. And I, on behalf of those I'm speaking for, would completely urge you to do that again and be consistent and explain the support for those policy hours when you come to your decision. I personally don't think there's anything exceptional about this particular application that would in any way justify you to depart from the policy. But obviously that is a decision for you to make. Couple of things again. I'll, hands up. I met with Mr. Campos in December about the extractor noise issue. That's the only time we've met, but we have exchanged emails all to do with the extractor issue. Let's just remember the history to this. The planning application for the certificate of lawfulness started sometime last year. Okay, they could have in the preparation, they knew they were going to do it. They could have in the preparation come and found me. He's got my number and my email. But they didn't. They got the certificate of lawfulness. Did they contact anyone? As far as I'm aware, no, they didn't. They then clearly took a decision, probably all as part of a coordinated effort to apply for licensing. Did they reach out again? We had ongoing discussions about the extractor fan, but nothing was ever mentioned. A little bit like the fact that these issues weren't raised when there was an attendance at Mr. Coleman's surgery. But they've had massive and plenty of opportunities to engage with the residents. And what slightly galls me, if I can use that language, is that there's some reference about using TENS. Well, if I understand TENS correctly, and I know Mr. Overton will rightly put me straight here if I don't. I think you can only object within 3 days, and only the police authority or the environmental health organisation can object. So yet again, they've chosen a process that cuts out residents. They haven't engaged with residents. They're not always engaging with residents. And lo and behold, their strategy going forward is to rely on TENS. Just seems to me to be not the right approach, if I can use relatively polite language. The other point I will just pick up on is that somewhere in the policy guidance, there's a reference to applicants needing to make a case for how they would not increase further problems for residents. Listening tonight, I don't think the applicant has discharged that obligation to make that case. Obviously, that is a decision for the committee, not a decision for me. Actually, when I read the policy, I think this case is the epitome, it is the paradigm of exactly what the policy is trying to protect. It's saying, yes, we always have to balance all these operators. They're very successful businesses. We've got a really tight space. We've got the North End Road, which is mixed use, and we are in a dense jungle of residential vicinity. And if there is one example of what this policy is trying to protect, this is not a site which is like the Wandsworth site and 6 lanes of the A217. We're next door to what used to be the repair factory. It's a retail park, semi-industrial site. This is slap bang, within touching distance, toe to toe, cheek by jowl. You cannot move for residents. And that distinguishes, I say, that distinguishes this case. And it's why, if this case isn't protected, then God help us all, because I'm not sure I can think of a case that would be. But again, I'm not a licensing expert, and I appreciate that saying things like that is probably meat and drink to Mr. Phillips and to the applicant's representative. So coming to the end, because I know I've definitely got to come to the end, I was a little bit surprised when Mr. Campos said that none of these issues have been raised with me. So either his lawyers, he pays his lawyers to read 400 pages, but they haven't brought it to his attention, or he's not actually bothered to read the application. Well, do you know what? Is that good enough? Is that the standard we really expect from people who benefit from trading in a fantastic place, in a great North End road that has been partially regenerated, and as someone said earlier, is a great place with restaurants and loads of other amenities? Is that really what we or the local authority expects of a responsible person in the community? Yeah, I was surprised. I put it no higher than that he said none of it's raised with me. I read the 400 pages and I got all of that stuff. So it was there for me to see. And none of that stuff was new, by the way. You know, it's been around for a long time. So maybe tonight is a slight outpouring, because it really is the touch point for many of us. So where does that get us? Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you to the committee, and thank you to everyone on this who has made a fabulous effort. It is really late. We've all worked extremely hard. We've all given up a massive amount of personal time. I utterly thank you, and I'm really pleased that we can do this process, and we have this process. First of all, what I would say is I think the application is ill-advised for all the reasons we've heard. I think it's ill-informed about the area. Mr. Campos is telling me there are massive issues he's never even heard of. Well, actually, for the director of the company that is the franchisee, he is the mind. He drives that. He sets the culture. He sets the standard. But he said no one's ever raised those issues with him. Please, my submission is, for God's sake, don't make it worse. But I also agree with Mr. Phillips that this is an opportunity to make it better, and better for a huge number of people. Therefore, I would ask the committee to find that they reject the application and reduce hours. I personally have hugely benefited from listening to everybody, as well as the legal advisors. And on that basis, quickly checking my notes, and I'm sure everyone wants me to shut up, I'll stop.
Thank you, John, for your summation. Next, I have Catherine Langham, and Catherine, you have up to 6 minutes to make your summation.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up Leo on a couple of points. He asserted that McDonald's always responds to complaints. In the Agenda C, pages 43, 45 and 46, some of these letters are to Hammersmith and Fulham, but there's one particular problem, which was with an oil spillage, a serious oil spillage of fat, basically, into the street. The manager, when approached, was extremely rude. My daughter contacted, she actually wrote to Paul Pomeroy, who was CEO of McDonald's at the time, got very little response. Other occasions, she's emailed him about various problems, very little response. I don't know whether Abel's contact was freely available, but she certainly wasn't aware of them. Going on to the trialling body cams, why is it that this particular branch has been chosen? Presumably because there is a problem that needs to be addressed. So they, Mr. Leo states that they have space for couriers within the premises, but there is no parking. If McDonald's is going to effectively become an overnight delivery hub, surely they need premises where there is parking for the delivery drivers. And this, I know this isn't the issue tonight, but in my view, this premises isn't suitable for the purpose. They also state that women may be able to seek safe haven within McDonald's, but how do they get home? Are the staff going to accompany them to their front door, or are they going to have to at some point take the plunge and hope for the best? McDonald's, Leo also said that McDonald's isn't responsible for what goes on down the street, but they are a contributor to the crime and disorder. And extending the hours will make everything worse. Therefore, I must ask you to please refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Moving along, the next person I have on my list is Charlotte. And Charlotte, you have up to 15 minutes for any summations you wish to make.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to make very clear that when I was in McDonald's several times and spoke to the most senior manager, she explained to me in great detail about this toilet issue. And as you know, you can buy keys for these toilets, online. And one of the reasons that they have an SIA person often in the afternoon is because of the toilet. I mean, it becomes a public toilet, as the barrister said, and they have huge problems with drugs, which are crime. They have huge problem with kids going in and locking themselves in and doing God knows what, etc. So it's a real risk, and it's not in control, and there's not much that they can do about it because they've signed up to have a public toilet. Well, they need to have a public toilet, whatever it is, but it's an unresolved issue. And I think that McDonald's, really needs to know what they're talking about before they start hailing how wonderful they are in the community with a troublesome toilet. It's very clear to me that Mr. Campos, I don't think he had the link to the agenda, which is very difficult for us. I feel very, very insulted, really, by this whole process tonight. We have people telling us that everything we say is rubbish. It can't be upheld in court. There's no evidence here tonight. What are people here for? Excuse me, We are here because we are Fulham, and we are here together. We are Fulham together, and we are determined to make sure that the 4 license objectives are upheld within the context of your policy, which gives you huge room to look at other things other than just the objectives, and that a few conditions have been added that sort of, tuck in with the objectives, and then it's all okay. No, it's not okay, councillors. It's not. And we're very glad that Ben Coleman made, our MP, excuse me, Ben Coleman made a rep for his 85,000 constituents in the part of his constituency, which is Fulham. So it's Fulham and Chelsea, as most people know. And we're very pleased that he sent somebody here tonight to represent him. And I hope that councillors listened very carefully to all of that. In conclusion, I would just say that tonight is the night to make the right decision for Fulham, for your constituents, for your residents, for us together. I believe that McDonald's owes a huge apology to Eleanor and her mother tonight. She has been insulted in a way that is absolutely abhorrible. I'm embarrassed that she has had to sit through this and be told that everything that she presented was not worthwhile. Very unfair, very unfair, very unfair, very wrong. Which brings me to my next point. Please do not make a wrong decision tonight. Please make a decision for Hammersmith and Fulham. This night is going to be remembered for a long time. It will make headlines very soon, and we hope that it doesn't continue to make headlines. We hope that it's a starting point for the committee to start really embracing that policy. It's the Bible of the way that you need to operate for your constituents. We can't fall all into the Thames together. You know, we are. We choose to be here in Global City. But the wonderful thing about London is it's full of neighborhoods. It's full of residential neighborhoods. That's why people come here. That's why they like it. That's why they visit here. That's why tourists bring in money here. All of these things, they do have to do with the licensing objectives. The licensing objectives aren't in some glass jar somewhere. They're part and parcel of a community, of land, of human beings, of pets, everything that is who we are. And we are Fulham together. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. We've now heard all the summations from the objectors. As 189 minutes were allocated for summations from the objectors, the same amount of time is being allocated to the applicant for any summations they wish to make. And of course, brevity would be appreciated. So, Leo, if I believe it's going to be yourself or whoever.
Yes, it will be me, and I'll certainly not take 189 minutes. I'm already clearly very unpopular. I will start with as follows. I'm sure you and your colleagues will entirely disregard and join me in criticising Councillor Lydia Painter, who has suggested that I, or indeed the applicant, is here to hoodwink anyone. We have attended here in good faith, with an open mind, having read all the representations. We are nonetheless here to engage with a legal regime. Mr. Phillips may describe and commend to you the matters you've heard which have been made feelingly, but feelingly is not good evidence. Councillor Daly, in asking questions, may raise the concern that I'm speaking and asking you to focus about evidence. I do so advisedly because this is an evidence-based regime. Mr. Phillips talks about the nature of protest, anxiety, and anger, all of which are feelingly legitimate, but not helpful in the licensing context. Mr. Phillips relates to and refers you to Thwaites, a case that was decided on untested opinions. The Section 182 guidance at paragraph 9.12 warns the responsible authorities, and I think it applies equally to local residents. They should be able to withstand the scrutiny to which they are subjected. The hearings regulations entitle me to ask questions of other parties. Your internal procedures make it clear that you, sir, don't allow the other parties to question each other. The hearings regulations allow me to cross-examine other parties with your permission. Of course, your internal hearings procedures don't allow for questioning. So, the onus to provide scrutiny is by you and your colleagues. So it's quite surprising that one councillor has one question, only one councillor engages with, I think, a small handful of local residents. And I'm really left wondering, what scrutiny have you and your colleagues engaged with the evidence? Or have you fallen into the trap that Mr. Phillips warns you against, which is not to rely on untested opinions? He commends to you their feelings, their protests, their anxiety, and their anger. I'm going to make myself unpopular and invite you to focus on real and actual evidence. And I'm going to warn you the dangers of relying on untested opinions when a senior councillor, who I think expressed herself as being part of the cabinet, refers to known drug dealers. Strong, powerful, emotive language. Well, McDonald's have operated here since 1978. Show me the evidence for the known drug dealers. It's not been presented to you. So you're in very dangerous waters. I appreciate you have to be diplomatic. I don't know why McDonald's and its Golden Arches attracts this high level of representations. It's not uncommon, and I've dealt with it many times. I'm surprised to hear criticism for focusing on the operating schedule, on conditions, on what we're practically doing to promote the licensing objectives. Surely that should be the point. An operator has arrived with his application and said to you, sir, I can promote the licensing objectives. That application has been scrutinised by your responsible authorities who haven't condemned it. The police experts on crime and disorder who are responsible for being worried about drugs, sexual assault, knife crime, antisocial behaviour, and the whole cornucopia of concerns that you've raised, it's gone through the Safer Neighbourhoods team, a licensing sergeant, and I don't know who else, and have said, just scale it back a bit. Think about a couple of conditions, and we'll support you, even in the event that you propose to apply for TEMS. That's the balance. That's the scrutiny that you need to engage with. Comments have been made on the operating schedule, but there's been no attempt made to question the quality of our CCTV, our record keeping, our staff training, our staff safe system, our commitment to SIA, our commitment to facilities for the local community, and so on, all of which are part of the array of what the licensing objective engages. All they've said is, no, I don't want it, shut it down. Problems happen far away from McDonald's. At best, the evidence amounts to people who eat McDonald's in this area are allegedly associated with crime and disorder. Eating a burger doesn't make you a criminal. Shopping from McDonald's doesn't make you a criminal. There may be other factors that do, but actually eating a burger doesn't. So the real focus must be on what are we doing? Are we committed to cleaning up the streets? Yes. Are we committed to engagement? Yes. Are we committed to proactive working to find solutions to challenges? Yes. Can we be trusted to do so? Yes, because we're already trusted to do so. We're a director of the bid. We cooperate with the local authority on a number of initiatives. We work with the McDonald's nationally to pilot schemes, not because there's a particular problem in your area, but because we are a particularly good franchisee of particularly good experience. So we're always looking for innovative ways to work with the community, the responsible authorities, and McDonald's corporately to find solutions to promote the licensing objectives. None of that has actually been criticised before you. So, sir, I would invite you to listen sympathetically, congratulate everyone who's been here for a very thorough hearing, but nonetheless provide serious scrutiny to the untested opinions and anxieties in the face of a very clear, evidence-based operating schedule that seems to be commended and is acceptable and is free from actual criticism, because the criticism happens quite far away. We can be a partner to the responsible authorities and to the local communities to find for solutions. Sir, I don't propose to go any further other than to point out that there were significant new submissions made in summations that were allowed, but I'm not going to answer them given that we're now at nearly 11:30. I thank you for your patience and I commend the application to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leo. We've now heard from both the objectors and the applicant, as well as the licensing officer. So we're going to move now on to deliberations. So the committee will retire to deliberate in a separate meeting room. You are welcome to remain in the meeting to hear the committee's decision. However, this may take some time. If you do not want to wait, a summary decision will be published on the council's website tomorrow. So could I ask members of the committee to turn off the video, mute their microphones, and to join me in the private team meeting for deliberations. All right. Thank you, everybody, for waiting. I will now read the summary decision of the committee. So, the London Borough, Hammersmith and Fulham summary decision of the licensing committee on the 28th of May 25. So make sure I'm unmuted. Yes, I'm unmuted. For McDonald's 312 to 314 North End Road, London, SW6 1NG, the premises. The committee has considered an application for a variation of the existing premises license under the Licensing Act of 2003. The application as follows. 1. The varying the hours of the provision of late night refreshment, both indoors and outdoors, Sunday to Thursday, 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. and Friday to Saturday, 5 a.m. to 3 a.m. with one SIA on duty from midnight to 3 a.m. 2. Varying the opening hours. The premises is open to the public. Proposed opening hours of Sunday to Thursday, 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. and Friday and Saturday, 5 a.m. to 3 a.m. In summary, the committee has decided, after taking into account all of the individual circumstances of this case and the promotion of the 4 licensing objectives, to reject the application. A copy of the committee's full decision, including its reasons, will be sent to the parties forthwith. If the applicant or any person who has made a relevant representation is unhappy with the decision, they are entitled to appeal to a magistrate's court within 21 days of the date of the notification of the full decision. So I'd like to thank everybody for participating in tonight's meeting and wish you a very good morning.